honesty, these fucking the peak of the MCU movies that and all that and everything, that great period of time happened a long time ago now. You know what I'm saying? And those movies are all old, and they're not they're not popular or currently being discussed anymore by people anymore publicly. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not happening anymore. There's less and less motivation by creators to even make MCU content at this point. Sure. Because there's only so much to really cover right now with the MCU. There's not enough happening with Marvel Studios at this point every year to be able to do ranking shows or anything like that really anymore.
Yeah.
So it's just the more and more we get farther out from the great decade of the MCU, the more and more I feel less motivated or interested in going back and really picking apart what happened during that time.
Yeah. No, I agree, but it's
just becoming less and less relevant as time is going on. You know what I'm saying to people, and these conversations about the MCU, about the villains, about the all that kind of stuff have happened and occurred so many times between all of us in the fandom over the years. That eventually that dynamic, that sort of deal gets played out.
Yeah. I mean, not really. I think people still talk do these things. It's just like it just depends how
it's rare. I rarely see creators that can find a reason to cover the MCU at this point.
Yeah. Well,
there are still other creators like us, small creators, ones we even know that we've collaborated with, that do still occasionally I see put out MCU themed shows occasionally, or at least have segments where they cover the MCU. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No.
But it's becoming very, very, very much rare to find any new creators putting out new content, going back and addressing or covering things from the, again, the golden, era of the MCU.
No. I cannot speak to that, but yeah, I mean, it's because there's so many movies now. It's a little hard to go back and
I mean, at this point, in all honesty, after all this time, after all the years that have passed, I wouldn't be surprised if there's almost literally no interest anymore from creators to even go out and do the whole Infinity Saga watch and review deal. You know what I mean? That a lot of creators did during the years,
Yeah.
Where you review the whole Infinity Saga, you know what I'm saying? In order. I think there's really, I mean, honestly, there's no way that the interest in doing things like that is way down now.
Yeah. Anyway, I agreed. I think it's just right now we're ending the year and we already have all our MCU films in the dock. And
when movies get older, they become a lot less relevant over time.
I mean, not relevant. I think it's just more like.
Well, no, sir. Every movie that comes out, every TV show that comes out, once they become old, they're not as relevant to people anymore.
Well, that's true. I mean, yeah.
That's how it's always worked. You know what I'm saying? There's no water cooler talk about Game of Thrones, anymore, because the show ended 6 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, 6 years ago.
So there's no reason for folks to have everyday conversations anymore about the show. You know what I'm saying? Do they still occur occasionally? Sure, they do. But overall, nobody's weekly discussing Game of Thrones anymore,
No. Yeah, no. I mean, it's already passed, and the only Game of Thrones related thing is just either like the lore or like the difference between the book and the TV shows and the seasons. So that's really it. I see, because I always check on Game of Thrones related videos on lore and character.
People's attention spans are very, very short, as we both know, and at that point, it's just literally like, especially at this point in current time, there just really isn't that, that same relevance or that same, talk about the project or the film type deal 10 years after the movie comes out.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree. I mean, there's so many content now. It's like a little hard, to keep up the stuff, and remember like what shows you watch or movie you have seen, as of late. There's so much now.
Well, let's be honest. Let's be honest. At the end of the day, as much as we like to have fun when we make content, we still like to make relevant content that's current.
Yeah.
We both agree with that. Cyber agrees with that. Like that's what we like to do. You know what I mean? Because that's what people are talking about currently at that time, right? So I mean, as fun as it is to go back and like do a review of Daredevil on Netflix, you know what I'm saying? For a fact that very few people are going to be interested in watching that or listening to it just because it's so old.
Yeah, no, I agree.
If you're a Daredevil fan, you watched people on podcasts and YouTube talking about that show all the time 10, 15 years, 12 years ago.
Yeah. It has to be in the moment, and then people like remember that. I was like, oh yeah. So it will happen again because we're getting
even if you watch some random creators out there, re-reviewing the old Daredevil Netflix show just for fun. You're not going to suddenly start having conversations again with folks about the episodes or something like that 10 years later.
No. Mainly just the overall arc of that season, not the episodes. Just like what happened in that particular season and all that. Yeah. Anyway, great start. I love that we're talking about MCU. As anyone knows, this is Andreas Pop Culture Guy. This is my channel, Andreas Pop Culture Talk, live stream review. I'm with my awesome co-host, of course, JFS True Knowledge from the.
Yes, sir. I may not be ideal when it comes to explaining this stuff overall, not the best at it, but I'm sure you would agree this type of conversation about the relevancy of content, whether it's new or old, all that kind of stuff, is an actual worthwhile conversation to have.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you brought up a really good point about like, people having short attention. That is very true. And so like, it's one of those things now that content is trying to like be, like very.
Well, that's what I'm saying. With all the shift to to 1 minute long video content becoming so popular there for a while. Although I think that's dropped off now. To be honest with you, I think it actually has fallen off a little bit. But for a while there, a couple of years ago, that was the biggest new form of content to get into was 1 minute content videos. All the big platforms started doing it. YouTube added shorts. Everybody added shorts, and And again, I started off as a content creator making short form content, and I had no problem with it. I loved it. Although it is a little bit frustrating making your content 1 minute at a time. It is very frustrating at times. You have to make these big, long, multi-video compilations if you want to make a point,
Yeah.
But no. I think with the short attention spans out there, that of course would affect and have an impact on this conversation about the relevancy to people currently in 2026 to older films, older TV shows. If anything, I'd say probably with most folks these days, not even just the younger ones, but everybody in general, I think there's less of a motivation or a desire to go back and even watch older TV shows that are well known, as opposed to in the past.
Yeah, I guess depends, like the show. Like if I mean, it has to be for me. I think the ones that are do not age well, is where people don't watch that show. If the show like Seinfeld is a really good show because it hasn't really hasn't aged.
What show?
Seinfeld, like good samples. Seinfeld.
Oh, Seinfeld. Yeah, Seinfeld is constantly watchable. It remains relevant. The humor is still, although it's out of date culturally, the jokes are out of date and everything, out of fashion. They're still very funny. Overall, they're all very funny because the humor on that show was just really good, really well done humor.
Yeah, exactly.
The jokes and the humor and everything and all that was universally well done to where it almost doesn't matter what decade you're in. When you watch those episodes, you still find the shit funny.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
that's one of the great things about Seinfeld that makes it such a great classic television show, that it has that long-term viability, as a show where, honestly, although I think it probably doesn't happen, a ton of, often. People who don't even know about Seinfeld can take a chance and watch it, that are teenagers or early 20s nowadays. And, maybe not understand or not connect or relate to the 90s, late 80s culture and technology and, way people, things people were saying back then. At the same time, that humor and the jokes and the interactions between the awesome characters on the show work forever. They're constantly entertaining no matter what.
Yeah, no, it really is. And
the humor is relevant no matter what time period you're watching the show in.
No, because you cannot tell Seinfeld is like a 90s show, or it had.
Oh yeah, yes you can, sir. Seinfeld looks like a very 1990s show.
Yeah, that's true. No, I had to take that back because in season 5, they talked about the mayor election, and who was the mayor during the 90s? That crazy
Dinkins.
Yeah, they brought him up like the famous non-yogurt episode.
I don't remember. I've never really understood what his whole story was or whatever, but I know he was considered like some kind of fucking crazy mayor or something like that, or
Giuliani. He was in that same episode as well with Dickens. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. It is a very 90s show. I should never say that.
Yeah, no, but it was a very current show. I mean, the fact that they would bring in current athletes, current politicians, stuff like that, make fun of certain character, certain people in media and stuff like that,
I mean,
like the humor and the dialogue on the show was very much written to be like up to date, and like be hip for that time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, and I mean they address a lot of things from pop culture, like the OJ System case that was going on. They did
all the stuff, all the crazy events and things that would occur during the shows, all the things the characters would deal with in their personal lives and stuff. The products they'd buy, Elaine's issues with her birth control all the time. Those episodes where she'd have all those problems with her getting her birth control and shit like that, that was all very current to that day. Like, that was what was popular in birth control back then, was things like the sponge, the sponge only existed or only was alive or ever was popular during a period of the 90s. Then it went away and it was no longer used anymore.
No. No. And Seinfeld say that, because she got the last batch of sponge.
Well, just imagine it. Just imagine what the sponge is like to use as birth control. It's a sponge. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't imagine honestly that it's a really super comfortable, hidden sort of form of birth control that you don't visually see or anything like that during sex. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to know, but first off, it's just a regular sponge, just a sponge.
It's some kind of fucking sponge that the chick, look, I don't know this for sure. You'd have to look this up, but I'm assuming that the chick, partially sticks the sponge inside their vagina, kind of, and like the rest of it's on the outside of the vagina or something like that. Or maybe the whole thing goes in the vagina. You know what I'm saying? And whenever the guy, ejaculates or whatever, right? Like, the sponge soaks it all up.
Oh.
Isn't that how it would work? A sponge?
Yeah, it's a how they work. They do. So let me get this. So like insert, wet it before the insert, and then it does absorb the amount of fluid, and then yeah. After that, you remove it. So yeah, it's spot
So
on.
it is completely inserted then. It's a sponge that goes completely inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
I did not know that.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I'm looking at the pros and cons.
I wonder how big the sponge was.
Look at this picture. It looks kind of small.
The way they talk about it on the show, you'd think it was potentially actually somewhat large.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the size you're getting.
I mean, when you imagine a sponge, you think of a standard size sponge, which is a large sponge.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
Yeah. That episode was always cracking me up. The sponge.
Yeah, for some reason, Elaine really, there was other birth control out there that you could get that was popular too at the time, but she had a thing with the sponge.
Yeah. I mean, there's some, pros for it, but
certain women prefer certain types of birth control compared to other women. That's just how it works.
yes, that's true. And you kind of saw that with Elaine. Like she preferred that over the other, period things.
Yeah. She would talk to other women on the show in those episodes or whatever that would have a different opinion and be on other birth control that would not take the sponge.
Yeah, it was the same season when George was going to marry Susan, and Susan liked the sponge, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Susan did not do the sponge. I think Susan was on regular standard birth control, like pills.
Yeah, something like that.
Because back then, that's what they had for birth control. When it came to like taking birth control, it was pills. That was it. In the 90s and 80s, they didn't start coming up with injections and devices that can be inserted into your arm and all that kind of stuff. That didn't happen until way into the 2000s.
Yeah, when technology went a little more forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, back in the day, if you were on birth control, you took a pill.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was your option. You know what I'm saying? And then there were exotic, forms like the sponge and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I'm sure there were probably other crazy, like, somewhat, slightly used forms of birth control that certain ladies like to use that were probably just as strange as a sponge,
Yeah. Oh God. Let me see.
There's a lot of money in the birth control market, in the birth control industry.
Yeah. I mean, it's very.
I wouldn't know the percentages or anything like that. Of course, at the top of my head, I have no idea, but I'm assuming probably overall, a high percentage of women, in their 18 to 40 year range, probably are on birth control of some kind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said the other night on that live stream in the chat, most women I've met as a single guy, or single women I've met that I've gotten together with and fucked over the years, were always on birth control.
Yeah.
Whenever I would ask, they would always be on it.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, whether or not they were telling the truth about it is, you never know. You know what I mean? Really. But, when they don't end up pregnant from fucking you, then you just kind of assume that they're probably taking it.
Yeah. Of course. That one.
But you gotta wonder though, because there are those women out there. I've experienced it myself in my own personal life that literally either because they're doing it purposely or because they really are just very forgetful will not.
Oh man, something happened with Jeff. Sorry, folks. Hopefully Jeff comes back. Let me send in the link. Whoa. Give me a minute, folks. So anyway, so let's start with this. So everyone, we're doing the top 10 MCU villain list. So I got my list up. I did do one as a podcast with Will over the Andreas Pop Culture second channel, which was originally DC and Marvel Plus talk. And oh, Jeff's here. Okay, Jeff, are you?
Oh, yeah. So, anyways, listen, just to finish up what I was just basically trying to say. No, when it boils down to it, most women you meet out there, in my experience in life, they have no reason to lie about that kind of thing. You know what I mean? If they say that they take birth control, why would they not be taking it? But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
will tell you that in my personal experience, my ex-wife did get pregnant with my daughter because she said she forgot to take her birth control. Now, honestly, knowing my ex-wife, for a long time, and especially later on, years later, looking back, I would not be shocked knowing how she is as a person if she did not purposely stop taking her birth control to get pregnant. You know?
Yeah. No,
We had been pregnant the year before and had a miscarriage, like halfway through it.
oh,
So obviously, being pregnant was on her mind at that time because she was supposed to be on birth control for that pregnancy too. You know what I'm saying? And somehow magically we ended up pregnant.
wow, crazy.
So yeah, when women lie and they literally just don't take their birth control, they do get pregnant.
Yeah, sometimes to get you in your money
on purpose. Yes, to
purpose,
tie you down for life.
Yeah, exactly. I heard that kind of story before.
Or to tie you down for 18 years as a sperm donor father, to a kid that they'll want complete control of, and you'll have to fight just to see.
Jesus Christ.
Because all they want is just the sperm donor part and the money.
Of course. Yeah. The sperm part I did not know. I thought it was just money, but okay,
there's lots of women out there. I see them in family court hearings on YouTube all the time that literally will say any crazy fucking thing you can possibly imagine right in court under oath to a judge. They'll say anything, lie about anything to keep the dad from having contact with their kids.
Yeah, no.
It's insane. It's insane, dude. All those hearings are public. You know what I'm saying? They're streamed to YouTube publicly. And these people go in these hearings and they make up these crazy, bizarre, insane lies about the dad, that this sound crazy.
Well, that's how life. They're crazy. Oh, yeah.
They're doing it right in front of people. You know what I'm saying? So you imagine, you'd think they'd think about that, and how they're going to look to the rest of the world.
I don't know. I think they just want to be in TV and be a show off.
I mean, you were with the guy for 8 years and everything was fine in your relationship. There's no history of violence or anything like that or whatever. But now all of a sudden, just because you broke up and you want complete control of the kids and him to have none, you're going to start claiming that he abused you the entire fucking time and he's violent and, he choked you or whatever at the last time you met to swap the kids or something like that,
Yeah.
These women come out and say that stuff, bro.
No, I seen so many episodes that it's about that.
It's crazy. I watch a lot of those family court hearings and they're crazy, bro. The men are unbelievably totally chill about the whole thing. They just want their kids, and to get along. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're not lying or making things up or whatever, they're just answering the questions, going about their business. You know what I mean? And then the mom will come in and just be like, I caught dad essaying his daughter yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My daughter said that her dad was touching her private areas.
Oh my God.
All of a sudden out of nowhere,
Yep. Of course. Any more to say about that?
And because they're women and they get preferential treatment in family court, as we all know, You
Do
know,
they?
of course they do. Yes, the judges are very biased to this day towards women. Yes,
Jesus
they
Christ.
in a lot of courts, depending on the judge, women are still the mom, and so it's an automatic in court that they automatically get the first crack at custody, and
With the kids. Oh my
they
god.
get child support, and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? A lot of judges in courts, that's how they do it. You know, until mom fucks up or something happens or whatever, and then dad steps in and
We'll
gets a
take
chance.
Okay.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, that makes sense. Because
Yeah.
it's that always kind of like, oh my god.
Then there's fair judges too, in fair courts where they're, where they do actually, really try to look at the whole thing 50-50, what's best for the kids,
Yeah.
And then I've also actually heard just a very few occurrences of some judges out there that are pretty crazy when it comes to giving custody to men, like
Yeah.
that's their preference. You know what I'm saying? Is always, no matter what, to go to the man, if there's a question.
Yeah. That is crazy. I thought it was going to be the other way around, but no, that makes sense. If it's not like what do you call it, child sport, like investigating that, it could be more fair, but usually
that kind of
right,
shit though, where you're like just going with the men in the family court situations or whatever, to be the primary parent to the kid and all that, has gone not gone well all the time, because the same judges that do that give some of the worst guys out there the custody of the kid, people who are felons and violent criminals and just got out of jail and stuff like that,
yeah, that's true. Um, yeah, crazy. What the hell? What's going on? What? It's probably okay. You're back. You okay?
Yep.
What's going on? Anyway, it's crazy.
I don't know. I've never had that happen before.
Yeah. All right. Let's start doing the list before you uh had that again. Anyway, so really great you start, sir, about family court. I think it's very useful for everyone. If
I'm
they have
telling
that.
you, so you're missing out if you've never watched any family court videos and seen some of those hearings with these crazy mobs, bro. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what, how you feel about that kind of shit. When you watch these mothers and they're lying and shit, it's very entertaining.
Oh my god. No, I can imagine. I seen those. Yeah, one or two here. They're pretty spectacular. All right. So, as everyone knows, we're doing MCU villain top 10 tier list. So how we're gonna do it is that we're gonna start from number 10 and then work ourselves up to number one, our number one favorite MCU villain. So this is our top 10 favorite MCU villains in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So it's pretty much all including the TV of the MCU stuff, non Disney Plus and all that. So they're here if we have
We,
them.
we never said that, sir. We never said we weren't going to do any TV or anything like that.
Hey, they're just there. I'm not saying you have it in your list, but if we had another guest that they had that.
You can choose to just do movies, but the TV shows count too. They have villains.
Yeah, exactly. So they're just there if you have one in your list. If not, then that's fine.
To be fair, a TV series, an MCU TV series, is actually longer and has more hours of actual content than a movie.
Yeah, that's true. So we got all the villains here. You got the pictures here. I had unfortunately I couldn't duplicate this image for my list, so I had to
Sir, that is such a small image that I find it very hard to believe that anybody can actually make out any of that.
No. Here, let me put this large.
You don't have to. I'm just saying, you need a magnifying glass to actually figure out any of that.
I know, because like half the villains are like
I can't identify any of them based off that. There's not one of them that I can say is I know who that is.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Hey, Ramon, how you doing? Mr. Booze and Chill, how you doing? Yes, we just started talking about our list. We're doing our top 10 favorite MCU villains. Just explaining to Jeff what's the rules and like how I setting up to be. How you doing, sir?
Raymond, if you can hear me, brother, it's Jeff S. aka True Knowledge, and we'd love to have you come over and guest on the Bleeding Edge sometime, brother. It's been a while, but last couple of times I've tried to reach out to you on the phone and all that, you don't respond, sir. So
that's what she said.
I don't really know what to do at that point, in terms of trying to collaborate with you in the future. You don't say anything.
Yeah. Haven't you tried Instagram or Facebook?
Like, yeah, I've hit Raymond up on Facebook and on text message or whatever and had him just like not respond. It's happened to me like twice.
Sir, I don't. It's
almost like Raymond forgot about me.
I don't answer, fool. Sorry. That's okay, Raymond. I understand. Like, he's a busy guy, dude. He's a family. So
I know Raymond somewhat personally, so I'm aware of his schedule and the amount, and what goes on in his life. I do know Raymond. I just have not seen him. I have not seen my friend Raymond in a long time or talked to him, and really, other than seeing him on your channel the other night.
Yeah,
and and I've always liked to try to keep him in the loop with the Bleeding Edge and get him on a show at least once a year. So if I lose track of him with communication,
oh god, it's happening again. Give it a second, folks. Some bizarre technical reason.
Your StreamYard is fucky tonight, sir. It's fucky.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on with this.
It's booting me off over and over again for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, you should be fine. It's like
I should be fine. Yes, I don't know why this is happening. I've never had that happen before.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yes, sir. I'm telling you, I literally, I can't make out any of those people in that that image. There's no way to actually accurately figure out who any of those people are. They're too small.
Yeah, I know, and I can tell some because of their iconic.
I can see the Kingpin and stuff like that, but I mean, most of them are so small that you can't get enough detail from them to tell who they are.
Yeah, got it. And I have to be honest, some of these villains I don't recognize from other shows. Like, I recognize the Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. villains. I recognize the Netflix villains. Some of the other villains from, like, Hulu.
Oh, well, no wonder. I mean, I recognize some of them. I don't give a fuck about the goddamn villains from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who fucking cares?
Whoa. I'm going to defend that. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had good villains. Sir, you need to watch that show.
Sir, let's be realistic here.
No.
I think all mature adult MCU fans know that although with respect to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was a long-running, the first ever, Marvel television show ever that was popular and everything, right? It had some good things going on. But overall, sir, it was not a very well-done television show. It was not all that entertaining. It was kind of cheap-looking at times, the way that it looked, to be honest with you. I don't think it was cheaply made or that money was a problem. But I'm just saying that the way that the show was shot and, looked, it did not look high end at times, some of the special effects and some of the, the superpower stuff that effects that they would have looked and felt really cheap, I mean,
but still, it was still a good show. I don't care about that. If you had good writing
and the vibe of the show was so not what I'm into, like not adult at all. It was like totally made for a universal audience of all ages. You know what I'm saying? with like very cheesy humor and like, very, very, very much like
Yeah, Avengers tone. If I had to say it right, yeah,
even
yeah.
more, even more PG-13ish, even more kiddish. I felt like the vibe of that show was than Avengers.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, it's like that for like first two seasons, but then it gets more darker in the later seasons. But I'm not gonna, yeah, convince you to watch it. But
Nah, listen,
it's it's a quiet
it's
taste.
it's a very long show. That's a lot of time to invest into one television show, as we both know and agree. And at the same time, too, I just know for a fact that based off what you already know are my general, strengths when it comes to what I like about superhero shows and that genre. That show contradicts everything I'm into. You know,
Yeah, no. It's not the kind of Jeff show you watch.
no,
No. It's totally a more family kind of show. Or,
it is a very loose atmosphere about it. It's not a serious show.
not all the time. It can be serious, but
I mean,
it just
I know it had its deep emotional moments and stuff like that, of course. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that, as much as there was scenes like that, there was probably a lot more scenes where it was more like, just kind of an okay, Shield television show. You know what I'm saying? Um, revolving around a group of characters at Shield, that in all honesty, some of them were pretty childish.
interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Uh, you want to go first? What's your number 10?
I can't imagine what kind of crazy, fucking terrible villains you have in that and all those pictures or whatever. Now, knowing that you have Agents of Shield and shit like that in there, you probably got some really bad ones. But ones I would know nothing about.
Oh my god, I don't know what to say, but some villains are good. Some I like. I kind of agree with you that they're okay, but yeah.
All right, we'll figure out how to expand it by the end of the live so we can actually look at it and go line by line. But all right, so I'll start off then. And again, my list is out of order. I'm not ranking it at all, so there is no 1 through 10, best to worst or worst to best or anything like that. Mine are out of order, but I will state when I make my selection, kind of where I place that villain in the different levels, of quality, you know what I'm saying? That they fit in, so I'll start off with, and you can agree with me or disagree with me on this and maybe have nothing to say about this, Andres, but Arthur Harrow, I don't know what his actual comic book villain code name was or if he even had one. I think he did, but I don't know what it is. And he was played by Ethan Hawke from Moon Knight. From Jump. So from Jump, I'm gonna go ahead and go to a Disney Plus TV show because honestly, in the last couple of years, as the quality of MCU films has, as we all know, gone downhill precipitously, and gotten very inconsistent.
Not again. Hold on. Sorry, guys.
That type of change of quality of the films has affected the quality of villains that we're getting in those films, obviously. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get great villains from terrible Marvel movies. You know what I mean? It doesn't work that way, Has it ever worked that way?
No.
All the good villains, the best villains on this list are going to be in great MCU films, top tier MCU films, ones that were well received. So I'm just saying, at the point where, the movies got that way, you kind of have to go to the shows, to pick a villain here or there. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, Arthur Harrow's, villain performance in Moon Knight was very low key, Again, because he was more of a psychological villain, not a super powered villain, you know? Although he did show that he had powers by the end there in that crazy finale that I can barely remember because it was so bad and all over the place or whatever, horrible
Yeah,
finale. I don't want to
yeah,
remember it at all. But he did show that he had powers in that finale, didn't he? That he had some powers.
yes, yeah. Oh, because he was similar to Moon Knight. He had his own like kanchu.
He
What
had his
was
own like avatar deal that he could
Avatar?
do or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
So he showed he had like Moon Knight level powers at one point. Um, but overall though, in the show as a villain, his main strength was a psychological angle,
yeah,
because he was playing that dual role as the villain, also being the doctor, healer guy, the psychologist guy. You know what I mean? You
yeah.
know, the
Well,
so ultimately, by the end of the show, the end of the series, as a villain, he ultimately, remains or ends as
what is going on with this? Hold on. Sorry about this, guys. What's going on with this stupid thing? Sorry about the air. So I can agree with Jeff about Arthur. Uh, was it Howard or Howery, whatever you want to call him, played by Ethan Hawke. It was a really great villain for Good Night season one. I'm very happy he picked this character because he was in tough contention. Um, I just felt like, I mean, the finale was really bad. It's one of the weakest Disney Plus, how you say, shows, and I don't know how, you know, you could have like resolved some of the plot points and of that show in a very satisfying way. So them going for a more MCU, ending with them having their avatars going one another, it's kind of crazy. And so I think that was one of the things that I think lets down that character a little too much. Um, Let me see if Jeff is all right. Um, Again, this stupid stream. This always, of course, the last show it has to be something technical difficulties. I don't understand this. It's just getting ridiculous. Let's see what's going on. Besides that, also, I mean, this character is played by Ethan Hawke. Ethan Hawke is a great actor. I think if Scarlett Johansson didn't left for Doctor Strange 2, I think he could have been a great actor to join the MCU with Derrickson's direction. And he could have been a great Nightmare actor to play the character Nightmare. I think I mean, I haven't seen yet the Black Phone films. I know he really, I've seen some clips of him playing the grabber, the his character that is the serial killer of both films. He is really terrifying, and I think that's one thing. It's kind of misinfortunate that he's already in an MCU thing, and of course, if anyone hasn't seen the show, he does get killed and um, by one of the personalities of Mark. Of course, we haven't seen this Jack, and really sad. Hopefully, he may survive that, but I don't know. I mean, Ethan Hawke is very expensive, so I don't know. Like that was, I mean, well, I mean, I think you couldn't get him back because Oscar Isaac is a really great actor. But yeah, uh, hopefully Jeff comes back. I had to do something, right? Um, just yeah, it's really unfortunate we're having this technical difficulties. Hopefully, he's rebooting his computer because I'm fine. I mean, I should be, doing something uh, uh, data point. My internet is fine. I don't know what's going on. Let me stop here to share it. Let me put some clip of video for you guys to see, and then we'll come out. Hopefully, he comes back. Here we go. Right now. Here we go, guys. File. Give me a second, guys. Give you something to see.
Wallow in self-pity. 4:30. Stare into the abyss. 5 o'clock. Solve world hunger. Tell no one. 5:30. Jazzercise. 6:30. Dinner with me. I can't cancel that again. 7 o'clock. Wrestle with my self-loathing. I'm booked. Of course, if I want the loathing to 9, I could still be done in time to lay in bed, stare at the ceiling, and slip slowly into madness. But what would I wear? 4 o'clock.
Always be prepared to lose anyone, because people change like seasons. Today you mean everything, but tomorrow you might mean nothing. One day they swear they can't live without you. The next, they act like you never existed. Loyalty is rare, and trust is fragile. Promises of forever often come with an expiration date. They will laugh with you when you're winning, but disappear when you're struggling. They will love you when it's easy, but leave when it gets tough. That's why you should never beg for a place in someone's life. Never chase, never force respect yourself enough to walk away when you're no longer valued, because the real ones stay and the fake ones fade. That's just reality. Always be prepared to lose anyone, because people change like seasons. Today you mean everything, but tomorrow you might mean nothing. One day they swear they can't live without you. The next, they act like you never existed. Loyalty is rare, and trust is fragile. Promises of forever often come with an expiration date. They will laugh with you when you're winning, but disappear when you're struggling.
The married ones are thinking of divorce, while the unmarried ones wish to be married. The unknown crave fame, while the famous just want privacy. The young want to grow old, while the old wish they could turn back time. The poor want to become rich, and the rich spend their nights wishing for the peace they lost chasing wealth. The ones who got what they wanted now want something else. Because wanting isn't about having, it's about chasing. The second something is yours, it loses its shine. No one actually wants it all, they just want to stop feeling like they chose wrong. And that's the only real choice. It's not about being satisfied with what you have or settling for less, but about choosing what you're willing to live with and what you're willing to let go of. The married ones are thinking of divorce, while...
Eric, you must listen to me. Right now, I'm speaking to you telepathically.
Get out of my head, Timmy.
Your franchise is going nowhere. Face the truth, Eric. You guys are kind of douchebags.
He just called us douchebags in my mind.
Eric, you must listen to me. Right now, I'm speaking.
Okay, we're back. Sorry
I
about
don't know
that.
I don't know what's going on with the StreamYard tonight, sir. I really have no clue. I'm at a loss. For words. So
we should be fine. It's just crazy.
For some reason, when you send me those new links, it's helping me get on. But I just
my bad.
I keep getting booted. Anyways, the last thing I just wanted to say about Arthur Harrow, I know it's hard to try to get back on track with that, but just to wrap it up was just that he was something different in the MCU. He was a supernatural, very much a psychological villain, like the guy we talked about from Jessica Jones the other day, or very much like the Shadow King. you know, where they really like, you know, come at you mentally, you know, with the mind, you know. So I just thought he was something different. As far as MCU villains at that point, you know, he was just something very different, you know, very low key, you know. And plus he played a very you know, two-sided villain where at times, you know, he was buddy with Moon Knight, you know, and they got along, you know what I mean? Then at other times they were enemies, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, that just obviously displays, you know, depth, you know, with your villain. You know what I mean? To be able to, you know, make that work. You know what I'm saying? You know, that dichotomy, you know, where the relationship with the villain and the hero is sort of, you know, 50-50 or kind of gray, you know, because, you know, they don't really, you know, they aren't best friends, but like, they'll at least fuck with each other. You know what I mean? Or, you know, they understand each other or something like that. You know what I mean?
No, I agreed.
You know, it's like characters like the Punisher and Spider-Man or Punisher and Daredevil, where, you know, they tolerate the Punisher killing people and stuff and try to limit him every time. You know what I'm saying? But he always manages to kill at least one or two people. You know what I mean? And Spider-Man and Daredevil tolerate that shit, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a gray area with them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They're not a big fan of the Punisher, you know what I mean? But overall, they think that he's a good guy, you know, fighting the good fight, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. No, I'm very happy that you have this character as number 10. I actually really like this character by Ethan Hawke. He was definitely my favorite part about the show, Moon Knight.
I mean, on the hypothetical actual ranking from fans, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there probably are people out there who would pick him lower in the ranking as an actual ranked villain.
Yeah, I mean, we already addressed it before, you know, the finale.
The opinions of the MCU fandom are very varied when it comes to the things like the villains of the MCU films and shows and stuff like that. You're going to get a lot of different opinions, you know, that are very, you know, all over the place. You know what I mean? You know?
Yeah, of course.
And some of it won't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? You'll be like, are you fucking kidding me? You're picking fucking Dar-Ben as a top 10 MCU villain or whatever, you know? But that's the thing about the fandom, is that there are that, you know, those varied opinions, you know?
Yeah.
You know.
I understand.
You've got that faction of people that are still out there that are getting smaller and smaller in numbers that actually still want another season of She-Hulk and think She-Hulk was some kind of great, you know, like, I don't even know, TV show.
Yeah, which was not. So let's not talk about that.
But She-Hulk was so powerful to them as a show when they watched it that 3 years later or whatever, they're still talking about how She-Hulk should get another season.
Oh my god, I don't want to get into that.
That just shows you how realistically impactful the show was on them as a fan, you know, or an audience member.
Yeah, no, I kind of get it. Well, and look, I don't like the show, but I will say I think She-Hulk, played by what's the actor's name? Tatiana
Maslany.
Yeah, like, she was not the reason that the show was bad. She was really good in the role. I think.
Yeah, Tatiana Maslany. We all agreed and knew that Tatiana Maslany was a talented actress. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember if you were around back then with us on the Bleeding Edge when we were previewing She-Hulk and all that. You know, you weren't there for She-Hulk. No, because that was a while. That was a while back. It really was. That was one of the first MCU Disney Plus shows. But it might even have been the fourth one that came out. But
Secret Invasion was the first time I did it with you guys.
Yes, that's right. Secret Invasion. So yes, we did quite a few series without you. So you know, and honestly, no, I never thought she really was the problem. The problem was obvious to everyone, even even idiots that don't even understand or know anything about television. The writing was terrible. You know, overall, the show went to shit after like episode 3 or 4. It went to shit. You know, the episodes just got worse and worse to the point where you were just like, what is going on here? You know?
Yeah.
And then the finale was supposed to be some kind of joke or something like that, you know, against white men and against, you know, whatever, Feige or whatever. And it just made no sense. It was just stupid. It made no sense.
Yeah, no,
It wasn't funny.
no, it wasn't really funny. They really failed at doing it like what do you call it, the fourth wall breaking like Deadpool does.
That finale made no sense. It did not fit into the show at all. It was just some random, rare, bizarre concept episode finale of a show, you know, like where they just went like way out there.
Yeah. No, they did.
They decided to do something crazy and bizarre that I can't believe Kevin Feige actually, they said, signed off, which was the whole spoofing on Kevin Feige and like white men, essentially, you know, as the entire core concept of the finale.
Yeah.
But as some kind of joke.
I understand what they're trying to do, but it just wasn't executed right, and it was pretty bad. I don't know. It just,
why wouldn't you just make a standard finale with like all the standard, you know, concepts of a, you know, an episode of the show that works, that, you know, that proved to work, you know what I mean? And try to wrap the show up strong, you know what I mean? You know, since the episodes up until the finale were getting beat up pretty hard online, you know what I'm saying? The show was getting, you know, pretty beat up, you know? A stronger finale would have helped the show.
No, it should. Yeah.
Again, it really makes you question Kevin Feige's decision making in the last couple of years. You really have to.
Yeah. We're not getting into that. I agreed. I don't know what. Feige
well, it doesn't have to be a long conversation, but I'm just saying it is relevant to this conversation overall with villains and all of it. You know what I'm saying? You know, let's be honest. Kevin Feige has made some at the very least, bizarre and tone deaf, you know, type decisions that at times don't even make sense. You know.
And to be fair though, let's be honest. He was stretched thin. So we don't know he was ever.
But he stepped up and chose to be the head of Marvel Television on top of the movies. He decided to do that. That was his choice.
Yeah, that's true.
He felt like that was the best move for Marvel Studios.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
And somehow thought that rolling everything up into just being him as the main guy was going to somehow improve Marvel Television.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I would say it has not worked out that way.
No. But at least they're fixing it now. And better results as of late. But anyway, with the new movies, but television they have a long way, I have to say. Hopefully next year the new.
That's what I was talking about, television. That's what I'm saying. You know, Marvel Television. Yeah. Things have not been good with that for a minute.
No.
I mean, look, Wonder Woman's coming out soon. You know, dude, that's going to be terrible.
Oh, so was it yesterday? Yes.
I don't believe it. I saw like 2 different bizarre articles. I don't believe where they actually said that they've heard people say or whatever, insiders say or whatever, that have watched the show, that it is probably the best, Marvel Television Disney Plus show they've ever had. I do not believe that. I saw that trailer just like you did. That show is going to be a fucking joke.
Well, okay. We'll see. Well, we're not going to review it, so I'll let you know if it's good. But unfortunately, I think you're on point because of course again. Let me send him the link again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from there.
But no, just to get back really quick, and hear from you on it, you'd agree, right, that Kevin Feige has made a lot of at least questionable decisions recently in the last couple of years when it comes to film and television. You know, some of the decisions he's made and some of the some of the properties that he's endorsed or whatever, or fought for or supported or whatever, have not been good choices.
No, I'm kind of in that boat with some of the projects that we got in for this phase of film. So yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, Jeff. So let's kind of keep going before you get
Yeah,
through
yeah,
that
yeah.
again. So just briefly just wrap up.
So the only way I can have fun doing a villains list conversation or whatever is to also include overall Marvel conversation and stuff like that too, man.
Yeah. Well, oh, that's what I was remembering. We just got confirmed about the release of Wonder Man. They're releasing the whole episodes like a bench watch. So like they're dropping all the episodes when it comes out.
Oh my God, what does that tell you about the show from previous experience when it comes to these shows when they do that? What does that usually say about the show? Why did they drop Ironheart into 2-3 episode drops?
Well, I mean, they were not confident about that show, so they're not confident with Wonder Man.
No, but also Ironheart, we watched it, covered it. It was not a good show overall. It was not a good. It was it was not a very high quality, Disney Plus MCU television show. It was not.
True. That's true.
It was subpar at best, and and I'm sure it cost a lot of money because all Marvel Disney Plus projects cost a lot of money because it's just that's how the superhero genre works. You know what I'm saying? We all know that, So it's a big investment. And overall, hey, eventually every setback, you have enough of them in a row or overall for a while, something's not right.
Yeah. No, I have no...
I mean, dude, I'm so not shocked that they dropped all of Wonder Man into one-shot deal, but I almost want to laugh, to be honest with you, that you told me that. It's almost laughable that they did that because that means that they have no confidence in that show at all.
No, I mean, they're more confident with Daredevil Born Again season 2. They're way more confident with X-Men.
Like they would rather hurt their actual, what's best for the streaming service in terms of how they put the show out, you know what I'm saying? Rather than expose themselves to the criticism and the attention that the show will get if it comes out weekly, you know what I'm saying? And people actually have a chance to talk about it.
Yeah, I know. We'll see how bad
because if it's really bad and you just get hammered every week by everybody, the media, creators, whatever, that is not good.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at it. So it's coming out on the 27th of January. And will be 8 episodes. It's gonna be released under the Marvel Spotlight banner. I was giving you guys some.
In my previous experience with the MCU as a long-term MCU fan, I consider myself a quasi-expert of the MCU because I cover it for years. It has only ever been my experience that Disney Plus ever does these, Netflix style episode drops, unless, again, the show is garbage. They know it. They have known it, and they have no confidence in its quality at all.
No. I mean, no, you're right. I mean, there's evidence that this is not going to be a good show because
they rather get it out, get it over with, let people fucking watch it and deal with it, have people talk shit about it for a hot minute and let it go away.
Yeah, that's what they did with the other shows that they were not confident. Like Echo was like this. Ironheart, we just discussed it, So it's finally.
But again, what is going on with Kevin Feige's vision and his ability to, to be able to?
I don't know. I gotta say,
dude, the most scary thing happened to me just now. My TV. I accidentally turned my TV on where it talks. It's in talk mode, whatever's on the screen, it talks. It speaks it. I hit the button accidentally and I can't change it. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, my TV talked to me and it fucking scared the shit out of me, bro.
Oh my god.
But no,
Right.
seriously, what is Kevin Feige thinking? What's happened with his ability to have a sense of the pulse, in current, times, with culture and the fandom in terms of what they want, and what's gonna work. What is going on with his thinking in terms of the future of the MCU, and then just in general, why would you decide to make a fucking TV show like Wonder Man with a character like him that nobody even knows about or cares?
Yeah, and I don't want to speak to the others, but like he has some apparent connections to the Avengers.
I
but,
mean,
like,
unless it's just because of the fact that, like they did already, they wanted to change him,
Yeah,
and have him be a different guy, be black instead of white, have different powers, maybe not even use his powers or not even have them. We don't even know yet, since we haven't seen him with powers,
I have a theory. This is a very easy, simple why we got this show is because it was part of the old regime of Disney where they wanted Marvel, Star Wars, any other of their content to produce this mass and content, and so I feel like
yes. But what does that still mean, though? Because at the end of the day, the buck stops with Kevin Feige. It always has.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
He is
Kevin
the ultimate say, is he not? From your understanding of the way the MCU has always worked, is he not the one that has the final say of whether or not these projects get greenlit?
Well, also, I don't think he's running TV anymore. Like that's another thing.
Yes,
It's
he
like,
is. He is still the head of Marvel Television.
Are you sure? Because
Unless he designated his responsibility to somebody else, an underling or something like that, or somebody in a lower position in the company, he is still listed as the head that runs Marvel Television. He is the shot caller.
all right, hold on. I need to check this out because
He's the final decision maker when it comes to Marvel Television.
yeah, well, of course, and he oversees the changes and edits and all that. But I think the new I think you're right.
It's not the changes in the edits. It's the fact that he's the one that green lights projects, concepts. You know what I'm saying? Before they even become shows, when they're just a concept. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that rubber stamps and green lights shows and new movies, new projects in the infancy period all the way through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Okay.
And he's the final decision maker when it boils down to it. Maybe not now, but at least during the heyday of the MCU, he was the lead producer and he was the final decision maker when it boiled down to it with how the movies would actually play out story wise. You know what I'm saying? Who would be the villain, the hero, all the important stuff or whatever. Kevin Feige was the one that decided on that shit.
Yeah. So I actually got the guy because yes, Kevin Feige is the control of Marvel TV, but the person that's like the face for the animation and television of streaming is called Brad
Winterbomb, yeah.
Yeah, so that's one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen him on YouTube a bunch of times being interviewed and stuff like that or whatever. He seems like a pretty cool guy,
Yeah.
Pretty laid back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he's a good guy, and I think the good shows that we got in from Disney Plus is definitely from him because I like the stuff that he brought in. But there you go.
I can't remember now what the other projects that he was on were.
Yeah, I can check it out. All right, let's.
I know he played a role or had involvement in the production of some of the shows, but
yeah, I need to double check that because he's in What If season 1. He did X-Men 97, and he did the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man season 1. So those stuff. Okay, so my next villain. This is so my updated one. My number 10 was originally Hela, but I switched it to this other character because I thought now I like this character more. Is Eagle. Eagle the Living Planet is my number 10.
Who cares, man? Your number 10 freaking pick can be any goddamn villain. It's your number 10 pick.
Yeah, my number 10 pick, just to say. So let me just get out of the way. The first Guardians movie, of course, Rowan the Cruiser was the weakest villain ever. So I have to say I was very happy from
Sir,
Bonnie to
Ego was not a very good MCU villain, sir. I'm sorry. You already know from a review of the movie with me that I don't think Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was a very good film. I think it was a major drop-off from the first film,
I mean,
and
it's not as good as the first one.
And Ego was a very hard to understand villain that was very much like weird kind of concept, that just didn't
But
really
I like that.
It didn't work all that well, really, and I mean, just it was he was complicated as a villain,
Well, yeah, I'll get into my nitpicks on the character. Like, there's a lot of faults on Ego as a villain, but for in terms of purposes, I think he's a better villain over Rowan. He's more scarier. He also,
then like the final fight against him or whatever was just all over the place. Like it was bizarre. Like it wasn't like your typical final battle on an MCU film. It was kind of like because Ego is like a planet. You know what I mean? His planet powers are kind of dumb.
I mean, yeah, I mean, but that's the cool part. He's a living planet, and they did it, which I like. I like that they embraced the very cosmic.
Oh yes, sir. Listen, from a creative standpoint, and like the fact that they cast Kurt Russell to play the character, you know what I'm saying, and all that, there's plenty of positives about Ego. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The fact that he is
Sinestro. Yeah, I like Ego because he. No, just as Jeff said before with Ethan Hawke's character,
but the fact that Ego did have an actual role in the comics where he was around, more than maybe some other Celestials, in terms of how much you'd see him involved in things, because when it boils down to it, when it comes to those cosmic entity characters, they really don't participate in much, They're not around for a lot. You know what I mean? They don't get involved with like stuff on Earth. You know what I'm saying?
No. And that's the thing I like about Eagle because he's a personal villain for the Guardians, particularly Peter. Just like how Ethan Hawke's character was like personal for Moon Knight. Like I like that Eagle was a personal character for our main Guardians. You
never really know much about these the baby celestial sort of like universal characters from the MCU because like when you see them in the comics, it's always in these really brief snippets, where like they just show up all of a sudden, for some reason as a part of the story in that issue of the comic, and all they really get in terms of like, participation is like some short, segment where it's like a page long and, you see Ego and like, and Eternity and like Lady Death and shit like that or whatever, like talking in space or whatever, you know what I mean, and having a conversation or something, and that's it. That's all that happens. You know what I mean? Is they talk or whatever, and that's the end.
Yeah,
that happens a lot in like the 80s, 90s Marvel comics. When you usually see those whatever you want to call them, I don't know what they're called, Titans, of space or whatever.
What was it?
These thousands of years old, entities that are not quite
right? Or who we're talking about? I'm sorry. Because I got the answer.
Characters like Entity, right? The space character. He is not, he is extremely powerful and he's been around forever since like existence or whatever, but he is not actually a, what do you call it? What are the most powerful, oldest beings there are?
Yeah, Celestials or
the Celestials, yes. The Eternity, Lady Death, the Watcher, all that. They're not them.
No. And I just want to clarify this. Eagle in the comic book is not a Celestial. He's another form of a creature in the comics, but in the movies, he's they depict him as a celestial creature. Just want to make that clear.
Yeah, he's a creature that bonds or like absorbs a planet and becomes a planet. He's not actually a planet.
Yeah, from the comic books, where the movies they don't do that. They just say he is a former like a celestial being that's just became a like a biological living thing.
Even in the comics, he's not a super powerful cosmic being or anything like that. Like when he comes around or whatever and participates and stuff, like he's not known to be a heavy hitter.
No, I have to be honest. I'm not a big Marvel guy. Eagle is like the least character I know, and this it was kind of cool.
If I remember correctly, he's not one of. God bless you. He's not one of these entities that's so old that they've been around since the beginning and all that. You know what I'm saying? Since the Big Bang or whatever event or whatever that happened in Marvel Comics or whatever and started it all. He wasn't around for that. He came around after that.
Yeah, I think you're right because he's not. Yeah, it's before like the creation of the Infinity Stones, and
he's not considered at the same level as like Eternity or like
Beyonder.
Yeah, like what I'm saying. He's not at the same. He's not at the same power level, or or size or stature of like a character.
Yeah, not like Galactus, like that level of power.
No. Well, Galactus is in his own category. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, his own category. Yeah, I agree.
Because Galactus is actually like nothing like anybody else in the the MCU or Marvel comics. He's not one of those space entities like Eternity and all that. And he's not a Celestial.
True. Yeah, very true.
He's just some fucking guy that was like a human, I think, wasn't he? Like an alien human looking guy that just somehow became like magically Galactus.
Well, he was a former human, and then he got hit by a very massive cosmic thing, and that's how he became Galactus. That's that kind of form, because I think his planet got destroyed and he got killed. I think during that process.
But he did actually start off as like a humanoid-sized being or whatever.
Yes, yeah, that's true from the comic books. So yeah, he started from there, and then I can't remember the detail like how he became Galactus, but something tragic happened.
I've never really understood a lot or known a lot about Galactus either when it boils down to it. He's a very complicated character, and and he's a really simple character because really when it boils down to it, all he really has is his main power, which is that that equipment he has to drain the planet.
Yeah, drain the planet. He's very tall, and yeah.
Besides that, he doesn't really have powers. He doesn't shoot like laser beams from his hands, or
No, he does. It's just.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, it's whenever his like Silver Surfer, his Howlers, like betrays him, he will attack and like
I've always felt like he's more of like because he's so big, kind of just physical guy. Like if he actually does decide to fight or like destroy shit, he can just kick and punch shit, kind of.
Yeah, he does it sometimes, but mostly he used like cosmic like lasers, like either out of the hands or out of the eyes.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I'm sure he has other powers just besides the the technology he has.
Yeah. So I think Eagle was is a good villain. But I agree, like Guardians 1 and 2 is not my favorite Guardians film. It's definitely a step down from the first movie. I agree with that. I just think
for multiple reasons, not just because of ego. You know what I'm saying? Just because there's multiple reasons why.
Yeah, which we're not gonna get into. But yeah, I'm with you with that page. but I think Ego was at least effective villain. for
James
that
Gunn
film.
James Gunn was trying to work in some new characters into the lineup, and he was trying to, grow some relationships between the characters and stuff like that still, you know what I mean? Trying to
Yeah.
work that out,
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
some of that stuff came together for the third film. It worked really well.
yes, that's true, and worked with the Avengers movies after that movie.
Yes, that's true. That's true. So so good things did come out of the film, but when it comes to watching it and the quality of it, overall, it's just not as entertaining in a film as the
No,
first one.
no, I agreed. Like the jokes are so hit and miss. Like it's so bad. I agree.
There's also patches of the film that are kind of boring at times too.
Yeah, This first where it's like, just move on.
There's some waste. There's some extra in there in that film. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. No, I'm with you. But I mainly because I like Kurt Russell. I think he did a really good job with the role, and I thought he.
There's some forced scenes. Some of the pairings of the different actors and characters together on screen in that film, I didn't think worked out all that well.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Drax, Gamora, and Pierre together was kind of like, and I thought the Yanju and Rocket pairing was better. But yeah, there were some like weird.
Well, Drax and Groot basically have no real impact on that film. Drax's role in that film is very low key, and like mostly just one liners and being a joke.
Yeah, that really pissed me off. For
you know what I mean? Again, in the third film, they made him more overall again as a character, but in that film, he was kind of just a joke, and and then Groot had really no real serious participation in the second film.
Oh, I mean, it makes sense because
he's baby Groot, so he really can have no impact. You know what I mean, as a character.
Yeah, but that makes sense. But with Drax, it's more a problem because, like, he's the Drax the Destroyer, and from the first movie, he was supposed to want to go after Thanos, which they totally forgot.
Yeah, and he's actually a badass, powerful, strong fighter character in the comics, like a badass,
Yeah.
And he starts off like that in the first Guardians film. He's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, and it made sense, and after he killed Ronan, revenge his family.
Like he's somebody most tough guys and bad guys are afraid of.
Yeah, and that's I 100 agree with you because Volume 2 just made him a joke, which was so weird. And
yes,
it got better, with the Christmas special and Volume 3. I thought that pair him with.
We'll agree to disagree. I hated the Christmas special. I thought it was pointless, but it was too lighthearted for me. But again, also they forced that
relationship, which I agreed. Man, it's crazy. It was 2017.
They forced that relationship with Drax and the new girl from the movie
Mattis.
When they were both new to each other, and they did not work quite as well. They didn't have their really good chemistry going yet in that film.
Yeah. Well, it's because he was not only he was a joke, but he was also mean to her, which I didn't like. And so I was kind of happy in the special and the third movie, they kind of treated each other nicely.
Again, they corrected it in the third film, and they worked, and their scenes were great together. It worked. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It came together. But in the second film, it was all new. And some of their scenes together just weren't good.
No, I kind of agree. Yeah, it was pretty rough. Them.
So again, I'm just saying. Last thing I'll say about Ego is I don't think he was a very good villain.
Hey, as you say before, we can agree or disagree.
I think he's probably pretty low ranked overall with most fans in general, just because of the type of villain he was and how confusing he was at times. that he really didn't have the kind of impact as a villain in that film that you're used to from the other films.
Yeah, no, I can see that, and that's something I can agree with. Okay, you're next, sir. What's your next villain?
Yeah, Killmonger, Michael B. Jordan, was great in Black Panther. Quite frankly, rather than giving that delusional fucking either it was a nomination or the actual Oscar for Best Picture for Black Panther, which was literally the biggest fucking goddamn joke from the Academy ever when it comes to their, politically correct fucking racial fucking, whatever fucking, politics bullshit, that they actually fucking put that film in that category, Best Picture, as a joke to this day. If they wanted to give anybody a fucking nomination for an Oscar, they could have given Michael B. Jordan one for Killmonger. Because he played a very dramatic, poetic, well-spoken, well-rounded villain character in Black Panther. And in all honesty, Black Panther is not a perfect film at all. For what's considered a high-ranking Marvel film, a very, successful Marvel film that, did well and was well received. It's also, at the same time, a film that people will point out has flaws, and does have things that, don't work well for it, I've heard people gripe about the film before, as far as like, the film overall, that maybe they didn't like a certain aspect of it or would have changed something or whatever. I think the ending is terrible, honestly. It's a totally terrible ending to a great film, to be honest with you, it's very flat, it's boring, it's not creative at all,
No, it's the typical superhero finale you usually see with
it's totally unexpected from that film, because you expect more when you watch it, and then they do that, and it's like, yes, they kind of come back a little bit when they have the really emotional, classic, take me to the surface death scene, but that doesn't change the fact that the final battle looks terrible. The CGI was not great on that. And it was not a great final battle at all.
Nope. I agree with that part. Cole Holiday. Before you do anything, let me do this now. Before.
What are you doing?
So Killmonger.
You're actually gonna drag the things? Okay.
Yes, because I don't want to waste too much time, and I don't want to like repeat like what you're saying before. Yeah, I agree with you say. I think Michael B. Jordan should have been nominated for best, actor or supporting actor, whatever.
Best supporting actor, yeah.
Yeah, just like Heath Ledger was in the Joker.
Killmonger was a very impactful character in that film.
Yeah, exactly. He was one of the best. Like, he's the most scariest and the most like
he was a game changer villain for the MCU, because we'd never seen anything like that until we saw him. His version of a villain was so like culturally current, and like black orientated, so street hip hop orientated almost, and just the way he performed the character with all the poetic, dialogue, and, him being a high IQ, well-spoken villain. It was just a really well done, well-acted character.
No, I agree. And Michael B. Jordan just did such a good job. And again, what made him work, because he was a close personal thing for Black Panther. I mean, was he a cousin to Black Panther in the film? And like, that was like kind of a unique twist. Like, yeah,
I can't remember what their familial relationship was.
I'm gonna check it out. But yeah, I think everything about this character was so refreshing, because I this is Phase 3. I think Phase 3 had the best villains of the MCU. Like
I think in Wakanda, with all the tribes and all that stuff, everything, that like the families are pretty close. So like, there's a lot of cousins and stuff like that in Wakanda. You know, it's like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Like a lot of random people are actually, you know, like a relative of yours in Wakanda. You know?
Yeah. No, that's kind of true. Anyway, I thought he was so fantastic, and he had great lines. His fight with Black Panther in the waterfalls was so fantastic. I wish we had that as the finale, not the.
Oh yeah, that was really good. No, he was great in that film, and you know, really brought a presence to the screen as a villain in that film. You know, real dark, you know, presence. A really you know, violent, evil. You know, dangerous. You know.
Yeah, dangerous. Yeah, that's
a
good word for him. Yeah,
I mean, you know.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Jeff. I'm surprised he's number 9. I thought he would be a little higher.
Again, I really don't enjoy and don't like doing rankings. I hate ranking MCU stuff in order 1 through 10 or you know, whatever order. You know, I don't mind picking a list of villains, you know, or whatever, or you know, whatever. But I don't put them in order. So you know, Killmonger is not my second most best villain in the MCU, you know?
Yeah.
That would probably be like Ultron, probably, maybe, or something like that, you know? Would be number 2. Killmonger just happens to be the second one that I remembered and wrote down.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, he's second memorable after, you know, Thanos, and that's, which is impressive because
overall, I probably would rank him hypothetically, like, I don't know, in the 4 to 5 or 6, 7 range.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I think that's a good range. This is a personal like top list, folks, and so this is my number 2 personal favorite MCU villain. I think Killmonger is great, but he's not number 1 because there's someone else that I like because I'm a big Iron Man fan. So I'll just give you a hint.
So are you actually saying that Killmonger is your number 2 villain?
Yeah, I think he's the best MCU villain they ever produced because he is terrifying.
Well, not the best, because obviously you didn't put him at number 1. That's Thanos. So,
oh no, it's not Thanos. I'm gonna be completely
second best, sir. You meant second best.
Yeah, second best. Yeah, and second best after Thanos for like in general people that like, you know, the MCU and the villains, whatever. But yeah, I don't have Thanos in my list. Let me like say that out loud. I don't have Thanos in my list.
Oh, Thanos isn't your number 1. I'm sorry.
No. I like Josh Brolin in the Thanos role, but I think he's a weak character, especially.
You don't have to get into Thanos, sir, because I already said I'm going to pick him. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we'll talk about him. You know.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I think it's insane to have a top 10 ranked list of the MCU villains and not have Thanos in the top, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? You know, because again, Josh Brolin's performance as Thanos, honestly, in those 2 films was actually also potentially worth a Oscar nomination. You know, out of all of the performances that have ever occurred in the MCU, that Thanos performance probably did potentially, you know, was one where you could honestly, you know, question whether or not, you know, he deserved it.
Yeah. No, I kind of agree because he did a really good job in bringing that character back into life. And the effects on his character was really great. Yeah. So let's where are we? Number 9. Okay. Let me do this quickly. That's me. So my number 9 villain. You will disagree this mostly because I like this character. This is a Disney Plus villain I'm gonna pick, and just give me a minute here. Africa Harkness is my number 9 villain. I know what you're thinking.
Oh yeah, I don't agree with you on that one at all.
Yeah, I know. Okay, look, I'm a big fan of this actress who is Catherine Hahn. She's a great actress.
Hold on, though. Catherine Hahn is a great actress. You could like Catherine Hahn and her work and think highly of her as an actress. But you could also make a separation and say also logically that, you know, potentially it's possible that Agatha is a little bit overrated.
Yeah,
Was she really a great villain in WandaVision when you really break it down and think about it? Was she really a great typical MCU villain, a standard MCU villain? Was she really a great overall villain in that show, in that capacity?
okay. I would say no, but I know you don't like her solo show, Attica Olan. I thought that her show did a really better job of expanding her character more and made her more as a villain.
Did WandaVision was WandaVision even constructed as a TV show that was based on even having a main villain really throughout the show? Was that even really the focus of the show?
Well, no, they didn't really care about the villain plot. Like we kind of we didn't know if this was kind of true.
They gave us this half-assed looking final battle between Wanda and Agatha,
Agatha.
up in the air with the goofy looking magic at each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but like,
I know it's really bad.
Then Agatha got beat, and what was really important and really serious and really mattered was what happened after with Wanda fixing everything and Vision dying and all that.
No, I agreed. Yeah, that ending for WandaVision, WandaVision was not good. I agree you. This is where
I think the ending of WandaVision is beautiful, sir. We've talked about it before.
The battle, like the battle part.
Oh, the final battle, I think looks cheap. Doesn't look good at all. It looks kind of cheap and like, boring.
Yeah, no, it was such a typical MCU, like.
It wasn't very creative. They were just throwing those energy blobs at each other, and that was the only powers that they were using. You know what I mean? And like, I mean,
yeah, I know. It was. I didn't understand that. I think they could have kept this small.
Like they're supposed to be witches. You know what I'm saying? Like, why weren't they casting spells and stuff like that? And you know what I mean? Like, Wanda has other powers. Just she doesn't just have the the red energy that she can ball she can throw. She has other powers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when she the only part that I liked from that battle was when she got into Attica head, like similar to how she did with the Avengers and Age of Ultron. Like that was a good move. Like that was something she did before. But after that, it's like like bland, these like.
Yeah, I mean, Agatha, all Agatha could do was hurl those blobs of energy at Wanda. You know what I mean? Like she didn't try to cast spells or do anything creative. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I mean, she was a fun character in WandaVision as a show, but we didn't even know that she was the villain until like the third or fourth or fifth episode. It finally confirmed that she was the villain.
Yeah, episode 6, they confirmed that, and then 7, we got more the reveal.
Up until that point, you're questioning her as a character a little bit as the episodes are going, but she's sort of just a friend and a neighbor.
Yeah, exactly. Can I allow myself to explain why I like this character and
yes, sir. Please have at it.
Yeah. I agree with what you're saying about her, like her character. Is she overrated? Yes, she is overrated. But I like that we got a good female villain. We don't have a lot of that in the MCU, and I think that Hela, played by Cate Blanchett in Thor 3, and this Attica. Harkness is a really good, direction in terms of great female villains. And I think her show.
We certainly got a lot of new female characters in the last 5 or 6 years that nobody ever asked for.
Yeah, like what's the one you brought up? Darban.
They just weren't villains mostly, but we've seen them.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought that I felt Harkness was truly a bad villain. Like, first off, her show. The fact that the Witch's Woe was a con, and for her to just absorb the witch's energy for herself is such a cool villain idea. Like, I really dug that. I like that twist from the show. I thought they really built that up.
They could have made Agatha a much more interesting, creative, powerful villain in WandaVision. And maybe I would actually have a better opinion of it, of her. You know what I mean?
Yes. No, I agree with you.
Yeah. But honestly, I don't want to cut you off. Please go ahead and wrap up your thoughts. But I would agree with you that she was a great character in WandaVision. I mean, didn't she get nominated for an Emmy nomination for her actual acting in WandaVision? I'm pretty sure she was nominated.
Yeah,
you know,
she was.
I don't think she won, but she was nominated. And you know, so obviously, you know, she was recognized for having having played a very positive, role on WandaVision. So her character was great. I just don't know how good of a villain she was because of how WandaVision was as a show, and you already know how I feel about Agatha all along. I just don't. That's one where I really don't even understand you as brother. I love you to death, but I don't understand what you see about that show that's positive.
Well, okay. So my positive is you brought.
I mean, I get you like Agatha. I like that. I get that part. That I get.
Yeah. No. I think the Agatha one was a better mystery show over WandaVision, and they did a better job of making Agatha as the villain, and like she had like better motivation and attentions than what she had in WandaVision. That's the part I like about that show. They did a better job of handling her as a villain.
Was as creative as WandaVision or as well acted as WandaVision?
Yes, and plus, I like
what? Yes, the acting in Agatha all along was at the same level as WandaVision.
No. It was not in the same level as WandaVision, but
the writing, for instance, was the writing at the same level? Because I thought the writing of WandaVision was outstanding compared to Agatha all along.
I say it's second behind WandaVision, but not like it's not going to be WandaVision in terms of writing or acting. But like for me, like it was a better like witchcraft show. If you guys understand what I'm saying here, wait for Jeff to come back. So I thought it was a better witchcraft show over WandaVision. Like they did a better job of showing off the witches' powers better than WandaVision, and that's something I liked about that show. And that's the thing. That's just personal taste. Like
well, the show was based on the witch part of it. Them being witches.
Yeah, so I thought that it was good that they actually went into that, so they give us better like understanding of their abilities as witches, because that was something I agree with you with, Jeff, about the powers in WandaVision. It's like they're witches; they should know about spells, especially Africa. So I was happy that her show did a better depiction on doing witchcraft and all that.
I mean, honestly, I think Agatha was a lost opportunity. Because it made sense to make that show. That was a logical decision to make, but at the same time, what they did with the show, I would have gone in a different direction. And honestly, I would have done something different besides those like challenges that they had to do every episode, that did not work. They did not go well. They did not work well, like or come off well, and they were not a good addition to the show. The show could have been a lot more straightforward with its story and its goals as far as what the goals of the characters were, and what was happening, what direction were they going, what was the ultimate goal here, at times, there was no sense of what was really even, where they were fighting for, or where they were even really going,
Yeah, that's I think the unfortunate thing with the twist, right? Is like you're not getting the clear answers right away from the beginning. And I will give you this to put your the throoms with the complaint about Athica's show. It felt like it was a show that it was just there to introduce Billy, right? Billy Wickeding, the character.
I wouldn't go that far, but they obviously wanted to put the spotlight on him as a character that's going to be a part of the future of the MCU. Yes. And I do believe that the show was hurt by using him too much, almost overexposing him as a character. Because that actor is very new to the game, and you could tell at times, and I think that they put too much on him in the later episodes of the show. And he just did, he was not capable as a actor, as a character to, carry that weight,
No. I can agree. What you say there?
His storyline was not very relevant in the audience. Like you really weren't all that concerned with, what was going on with him.
Yeah. I don't want to just review the show, but yeah, if you're gonna bring him, I do want Wanda to be there too, but of course we didn't do that.
Well, they wanted to make him a big gay symbol character, a young, openly gay character, which Hollywood loves, and
yeah,
and the award shows love that stuff, they love it, I'm surprised he didn't get a nomination. The fact that Agatha all along only got nominated for Emmys because of that lesbian LGBT angle that they had in the show. That's the only reason why they actually got nominations. I'm telling you.
Well,
it was not the quality of the show or the production or anything like that.
I thought the production was good. I mean, it was the cheapest of Disney Plus, and it looked better than a lot of the other Disney Plus shows, I have to say. So
I thought it looked okay. I didn't think that they made like any kind of crazy effort really with The Witch's Road, for instance. Did not look epic or or.
I mean,
all
yeah,
that,
for a show, yeah, but it looked decent, I just want to give a shout out to this guy. Can you say his name? I'm sorry, sir.
Damien Ristori.
Damien Ristori, how you doing, sir? Happy you came in. Love your picks. Yeah.
Yes. And again, look at all the different opinions we have. I'm with you on the High Evolutionary, brother. But Whiplash in your top 5, bro. Yeah. I'm telling you, I don't know if you're smoking crack tonight or what, but sir, Whiplash was literally the villain of the MCU, where literally the actor just did it for the paycheck, and and you felt it.
Yeah. Well, Damien,
I think Mickey Rourke said that he never felt he connected with his character in that film, or ever really was on the same page with his character. He had complaints. I know. I remember.
Yeah. Well, because they cut out a lot of his scenes. That's the problem with Whiplash. He's good in the beginning, but then after the
but as a villain overall, he's very ineffective and weak and dumb.
Well, the problem with Iron Man 2 is that it's more focused on setting up the Avengers, and that's the problem with the villains. There is also Iron Man 2 is just jam packed with other things.
Look, all the Iron Man films have pretty weak villains. Let's be honest, they all do. It's just a fact of the Iron Man films. The villain of Iron Man 1 is not a very good villain, or a high ranked or considered high villain or whatever. He's a whatever villain.
No, I like Jeff Bridges as Stain, but yeah.
And then the villain in Iron Man 3, which I'll bet you because he's on my list of bad villains, was terrible pretty much. Great actor, but not a good villain at all in Iron Man 3.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with you. I do agree with Damien. Yeah, when his scenes are dipping down to the suit, the viewing audience, yeah, it's a shame that he was pretty unique in character because
they made him good for 5 minutes or whatever in the beginning of the movie, with his chains and whips and all that kind of shit. But after that, overall, for the rest of the film, he was basically not even really effective.
No, and the worst thing they did is just give him another Iron Man suit. It's come on, the whips were more effective than the suit. It's really bad. Damien, also for the Dark World, I felt Curse should be the main villain, main enemy, more development. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, Damien, because Curse was a much. I
don't know. Again, I don't know where this guy's going with this stuff, man. Because let's be honest here, Thor: The Dark World was highly considered to be the worst film in the MCU for years until we got into Phase 4 and all that, and Phase 5. So I'm just saying, the villain in Thor: The Dark World is terrible.
No. He's not, no. He's just saying that, like, what if they didn't focus on Malekith as the villain, and instead of focusing on the other villain, the henchman that's called Curse? Because I
don't know who the fuck he was. Whatever kind of impact he had on the film, it wasn't good enough that I remember who the fuck he was.
Yeah, actually, give me a second. Actually, you do see him here.
Are you talking about the guy that drinks the power potion that makes him into like some super freak?
Yes, right here. You see
power
right
guy?
There? Yeah, right here. That's Curse. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, but he couldn't be the main villain because he was like unstable after he drank that potion or whatever, He became like a fucking raging monster.
Well, I will kind of give it to Damien. I to be honest, Damien, I don't think
when you become like 3 brain cells left because you like became a fucking like wild creature that's fucking built off anger and brute force and shit, you really can't be the main villain at that point.
No. We need a smart villain that can talk and has a plan. Let me answer Damien's question here. Damien, I can see where you're coming from. I think Curse is a more threatening and more scary villain than Malekith. I think his design looks way better. Let's be honest. Like if you look at the picture
but he's built perfectly to be what he is in the film.
Yes, and that's where Jeff is correct. That he worked well in the film. I think just gonna answer your question. I think they should have developed more on Malekith as a villain, give him more time in the screen to be developed. But just like Whiplash, you're saying that it's your favorite villain. He too his scenes got cut out, and like he just didn't get the proper development and shine.
Things happen, but when it comes to Curse, when it comes to what makes a good MCU villain, Curse doesn't have any of the qualities that they all have. You know what I'm saying? He's not built that way as a character, so he can't actually be an effective main villain in a film because he's just a fucking raging monster.
Yeah, and just give you answer, Damien. I think if they give Curse a better actor to play in the role and like change his character completely instead of a brute, a more like a smart creature, then I think that could have been interesting direction. But
if I remember correctly, Curse was going to die no matter what because he drank that potion or whatever, So like he was already going to die no matter what. That was his like story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And and so at that point, that means that like there's no possible opportunity or option of like redemption or some kind of like morality or feeling bad at the end as a villain, range, that something interesting happening, when your villain is literally already doomed to die in like a certain amount of time,
no, I agree. Okay, let's keep agree, but Curse in the comments was better reading character. Damien, just excuse us. I'm not too familiar with the Thor comic books. But I see in channel. I had to explain this. I saw videos of my favorite channel called the Geek Evolution, and they ran through the.
Andres, you say every YouTube channel that you like and you remember is your favorite YouTube channel.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. But yeah, this is my personal favorite. Anyway, let me answer this question. What I was gonna say? Yes, he was. They were going through the Walter Simonson's run, and it was really cool to hear how good Malekith was as a villain, and it was really a shame how Thor: The Dark World treated this character.
Well, final opinion on Curse. I don't know anything about the comic Curse at all. Damien or whatever. I never read Thor comics at all as a kid. They were never appealing to me at all. Thor was never an appealing character to me as a Marvel comics fan ever. He was probably one of my least favorite characters, to be honest with you. But I started to like him in the MCU though, big time then. he was really kind of a boring, not so popular character in Marvel Comics when I used to be reading them. But overall, Curse in Thor: The Dark World, again, terrible film. And he is not built as a character to be a good villain because of the circumstances of his his character. You know.
And just to wrap up, I just feel like the story that they were telling in Thor: Dark World was not good either. Like, it didn't really help at all with the characters, like Thor, Jane. Like, it was a really weak storyline that they came up with. I think if they gone with Patty Jenkins' original storyline, I don't know if the movie could have been better, but the storyline they went with was just really weak and really.
Why? What was Patty Jenkins' concept for Thor: The Dark World?
Before she left, well, because the Jane and Thor relationship was important early on, I feel like she could have done a better job with that relationship and be more proactive than what they did with her in the second film as a damsel distress.
Oh, so they were going to make Thor: The Dark World, but she was actually a part of it at first, and then she walked away.
She walked away because they didn't, they wanted to go in this different direction, which was kind of really bad for.
So they had creative differences, which does happen, which does happen in the industry all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah. So that's our thoughts. But thank you, David.
If you're a director, that's actually happened in the MCU a couple times actually in the past. That directors have walked away from Marvel projects because of creative differences.
Yeah. I thought her storyline was better than what we got here, but yeah. Thank you, Damien, for coming on the comment section. Please continue on and please bring up other villains that you like. I do agree about the Mysterio villain.
Did Patty Jenkins make that horrible Wonder Woman 2 film?
Yes, Wonder Woman 1984.
I never saw it. I heard it was so bad that it's really not watchable, so I never watched it.
I mean,
but I heard it was really bad. Like, it was like really bad.
No, it was really bad. It's very long. That's the really annoying thing about that movie. It's very long, and yeah, it's very unwatchable, I have to say. But yeah,
that sucks when people actually think a really bad movie is good, so they make it 2.5 hours long, and then you actually have to go watch it, and it's a terrible 2.5 hour long movie,
Please, just wrapping up 84.
Could you imagine watching The Acolyte if the episodes were as long as Stranger Things? If they had Stranger Things episodes?
Oh my God! Please don't bring Acolyte. Please.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine 2 hour long episodes of Acolyte?
No, I don't want that. So let's no.
What kind of dumb, stupid shit would they even do to fill out the time to do an 1.5 hour episode of The Acolyte?
Oh my God! You remember they were trying to do like the flashback when the twins and all that. It could have been the 2 hour episode.
Would they have them doing more of the scientific experiments on that planet or whatever with the fucking with the equipment or whatever that fucking looks like they bought it from a fucking
like or
they bought it from a thrift shop or some shit like.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God.
Sifting soil and fucking analyzing fucking plants and shit. You know what I'm saying? They could have done that, for another hour or an episode.
Yeah. Okay. What's your next villain, sir? Let's get it move on.
Hela, Kate Blanchett, is I don't know where she should be ranked, overall on the top 10, but she's gotta be in the top 10 though, because although I do get any critique anybody has as a fan about her being overly powerful in the film, like too powerful maybe, as a villain. I get that critique if anybody has that, because it makes sense to me, because she is pretty much unstoppable. as a villain in that film.
Yeah.
She gets stronger as the movie goes on, and becomes basically completely unbeatable. As a villain, and in a confrontation or whatever. Um, to the point where, Sartor's got to come in and destroy Asgard just to beat her, And let's be honest, we don't actually ever get confirmation in the film that she actually ever died at all,
No, I mean, after Sir destroys Asgard,
For all we know, she could have just got buried in the rubble of Asgard.
and just to remind people, she also lives in hell too. Like that's part of her character. So we don't know if she went to hell. Like
she could just go to hell. That'd be an option for her. She could just travel to hell. And heal for her wounds from the battle.
Yeah, true. Yeah. I had this character previously in my ritualist. Sorry.
I mean, in all honesty, with Asgard destroyed, she would really have no reason to be motivated to live anyway, or exist anyway,
Yeah, that's true.
If she was even alive, I can't remember. She might have been like a half dead person,
No, we didn't see her body like at all. Like we just saw like a cut to the sword just hitting where she was like standing in, and then
anytime you're able to actually travel to hell and live in hell, and also live on Earth, I then question whether you're actually human or alive.
Yeah.
And I cannot remember, and also don't remember if I ever even noticed it in the film. Them explaining, whether or not she actually ever was alive in the film.
But like alive, or like he was like a zombie the whole time. Like
all we know is that she got out of hell somehow, got out of hell, and then all of a sudden materialized in the real world with a physical body.
Well, so before she came to the screen, like we don't get confirmation if she was in hell. Like we don't know if she was in.
She was. She was trapped in hell.
Okay.
Odin banished her. Remember, because of her savage, fucking, shady, behavior and tactics when it came to war and fighting and stuff like that. She was fucking violent and fucking evil.
Yeah. No. I remember that. But
she wanted to massacre people and kill innocent people and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Yeah.
Her army of the undead is in hell. You know what I'm saying? Like that's her spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
or the underworld, not hell or whatever, but the underworld.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I have to be honest. Thor 3 never really clarify like her abilities and like her connection to hell. So that's why I'm asking that, because
she was trapped by Odin in the underworld as punishment.
Okay. All right.
For her war crimes or whatever, because Odin got, started getting a soft heart and started like getting into peace, at some point. And he didn't like that crazy barbarian behavior that he was okay with before, but no longer wanted them to do it anymore.
Yes, yeah, that's in the.
They disagreed on that, and as a result, he banished her.
Yeah, and then you saw like the one scene where she kind of like shows that like mural that was up in the roof, and like it saw the truth about what was going on back before.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then when Odin's powers started to like run out, and then he died, that freed Hela.
Yeah. I mean, he was. Yeah, that's the reason he
but they never explained it. We never had any idea as to how she actually showed up in an actual human body, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But no, I like this pick. Hela is a really great villain. She's really powerful, which I liked, which is cool, and she's kind of accurate.
I mean, she could have just been in human form in hell or in the underworld, you know? I mean, she is an Asgardian god, so it would make sense and be logical for her to look pretty young and still be thousands of years old, just like Thor.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. What else? I like that they use a couple. Like her origin is similar to Angela from Spawn, like her being like a half sister. That's not.
I just think it's a very well acted. It's a great actress playing the character. You know,
Yes,
it's a
I
great
agree.
performance. It's one of those really well acted villains in the MCU. You know, where they just got a really, really well known, really talented actress. Award nominated actress.
Yeah.
That makes like big Shakespearean level Oscar type films, you know what I'm saying? And they got her to play a Marvel comic book villain,
Yeah. True. This was a great get. They did. Yeah, I love Kate Blanchett. She's a great actress. Love her movies. She's the reason I got into Bob Dylan music, which is cool.
Good luck,
And
good luck, Marvel Studios getting classic, legendary actors to come out and act in Marvel movies in the future. Because I'm telling you right now, in the new MCU current day, things have changed a lot, and
Mhm.
I don't think it's as as ultimate win-win a move to actually take a role like that,
Hmm.
a big role in a Marvel film at this point.
History. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you have to imagine that the quality of the films going downhill, or whatever, the brand going downhill for years now has probably gotten to a point where finally it is affecting casting.
I guess not really.
I mean,
I-
don't get me wrong, Marvel Studios isn't making the kind of productions or the number of projects every year anymore like they used to where they need all these actors anyway, right? But
Yeah,
they're not
that's
they're
the
not
thing.
they're not doing any new characters anytime soon, really. But still, you'd have to imagine that there's gotta be a different feeling and viewpoint towards Marvel Studios and the MCU now in 2026 for actors.
I mean,
It's not a guarantee anymore. It's not a guaranteed gig.
no. I mean, there's other roles. I don't know. We need to see after.
Look what happened to the Eternals actors. They all signed on for 5, 6 or whatever film fucking projects and shit like that or whatever.
Okay.
And,
That makes sense.
look how that played out.
That's true. No, you have a good point. But some of them got better roles after the Eternals with better movies.
Really? I haven't seen any of them
Yeah.
get. I haven't seen any of them even really get
Well,
any.
It's not the movies you watch, Jeff. Like I see them, and it's not the movies-
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true. There could be stuff that they're in that I just don't hear about or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah.
But I haven't seen a lot of activity actually from a lot of the Eternals actors in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and this makes sense. I mean, I'm with you, but this mainly because they just go for quieter roles, and sometimes they will go into big ones.
I mean, Kit Harington has kind of stepped back a little bit. I don't think he's as in demand. He's not as in demand as he was, but he's kind of stepped back. Because I think there are still people out there that would love to cast him in another show.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
he did step back. Actually some of the lesser Eternals that didn't get-
Richard Madden that was in Game of Thrones briefly. He hasn't done anything. I mean, he really was never all that popular as a movie actor anyway, but he really hasn't been in anything. Sprite I haven't seen her in anything. The speed chick, the one that goes fast, I haven't seen her in anything.
Yeah. Druid, the one that has the mind control, he's been actually a lot more movies, and he's gonna be one of the Beals in this new Beals movie that's coming out. He's the one out of the
Wait a
Eternals.
minute. Oh yeah, the guy that weird guy that played that weird character with that
Yeah,
with, the,
Druid,
with that druid with that weird power he has.
Yeah, he has he actually played the new Joker.
Yeah,
in the-
I saw he got casted in that new big Beatles what is it, a 6-part series or something like that?
Yeah, for series being released in film. He's actually with Justin Quinn. I think Justin Quinn.
Who's making that? It's not just being released on film. Who else is going to have it?
Sony is making it. It's going to. It's directed by Sam Mendes, who did the Skyfall /
It's being advertised on streaming services. Which streaming services is it going to be on?
Let me check. I didn't know that part, but hold on, give me a second. I think it's not Netflix. Give me a second.
Unless it's just going to be a theatrical film.
No, it's going to be a theatrical film. That's what I heard. Give me a second. Their movies.
I thought I heard it was a series.
No, it's a weird movie release. So they're gonna release
like a multi-part hour plus long series.
So-
is what I thought.
Yeah, no. They're think of it as the MCU. They're releasing 4 solo, focusing on each of the member before they become the Beals. That's what they're trying to do in 1 month.
Wait a minute.
No.
It individual films for each character?
Yes. So we're gonna get one movie is gonna be focused on Paul McCartney, and then another one with John Lennon, and then another one with Rango, and then the other one with the.
Why would anybody do that?
I mean, they have interesting lives before.
Who the fuck honestly would want to go watch 5 goddamn movies to watch one movie?
Comics, commenters, please come help me. I mean,
Sir, does that make sense?
I mean, well, first off, they could get rid of all those history when they do the actual Beatles movie, them as a band, because they give them more time to focus on other things. So I think it's helpful.
Yeah, but isn't that sort of a weird new concept of the way of handling a film to drop 5 new films about the same thing overall in the same month?
I know it's crazy, but that's the thing that's interesting. It's so risky, and I like that.
That's why I don't understand how it's not on streaming, but it's going to be in theaters. I don't get that. That doesn't sound like something that would be in theaters.
I know, but Sony is producing that, which is crazy. So yeah,
but Sony has produced television shows that have been on streaming services before.
Yeah, but they're not doing that for these films. It's going to be theatrical release. Please correct me. I'm wrong, commenters, but yeah, that's why I last heard that they're releasing.
I hope it's not actually going to be the same story in each film. That's going to only be
apparently.
Because that would be fucking boring.
Yeah, apparently it's gonna be the early days of them, before they meet each other as the band. That's what I heard.
So they're gonna focus on each character, but in different time periods.
Yeah, it sounds like that. That's less what I heard, but it sounds interesting. But yeah, so that's what he's gonna be next. He was in that movie called Saltburn, really great. Is at Amazon Prime, I think. Something you can like, but it's acquired taste. But yeah, I agree what you say about the internal actors. They're rarely in other things.
Yeah, I mean, Salma Hayek is basically retired. She very selectively ever acts at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, she's been working with the business for a long time.
Angelina walked away a long time ago from the industry. She very rarely ever accepts a role now.
Well, she's picky. What I heard, she's trying to make a comeback, and so she's just trying to find the right project to come back.
It's about time.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, she walked away and stepped back a long time ago.
Yeah, no, I agreed. Okay, can I go for my next villain?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. That's the list. I love the Hela's in the list because she was in my number 10 originally. Now I kind of regret that, but
Hella would
whatever.
probably be in most top tens.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
We can all agree about the basic stuff when it comes to being Marvel fans. I mean, we all have different opinions, but when it comes to the stuff that's all pretty much, agreeable, common sense, wise.
Yeah. All right. So my villain for number 8 is Bullseye, in the Netflix / Born Again show. Man, I mean, we're going to see Kingpin in the list soon. But man, Bullseye was a great villain for season 3. He was amazing. Very scary. Like the way they depict him, like using various weapons against the enemies, including Daredevil, was really just really messed up. Especially the Daredevil Borgia when he was in the hospital, he took his tool out and used that as a weapon to the doctor was crazy. I thought the actor that's playing Bullseye is really fantastic. He really shows that kind of psychotic, demented villain so well. And he's the best thing about season 3 of the Netflix show. He looks good in that Daredevil suit, the dark mirror of Daredevil, which I like. He has a really good connection with Kingpin in this series, which is great that they brought him back for the next season and season 2. Yeah, I one of these I was always so happy when Netflix came around the corner is they gave us scary villains and deep psychological villains, because that's something that Marvel cannot really do sometimes. That's why I liked Killmonger.
At the time that the Marvel Netflix deal came together and went through, it was the largest deal of that time ever.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a big deal. Just hearing that we're gonna get a new Daredevil, version, and then Jessica Jones is gonna get.
Oh yeah, massive amounts of money and budget money. You're talking about, and the amount of actual shows. You're talking about making. On one platform, Netflix. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That had never been done before.
Yeah. So I thought that was a good move that Marvel did that, and they gave us one of the best villains in the MCU before Phase 3 happened. So I mean,
Netflix deserves a lot of credit, to be completely honest with you. The people from ABC, television, that co-produced, all the shows, and did have some, say so, on them. And the people that they came in, to direct and produce, and write those shows, pulled off some really, really, really different, creative, adult, which was totally new for MCU fans at that time, R-rated, Marvel TV shows, that was crazy different, and new, and still is different, well, we've seen nothing like that since,
No. I mean, even the new, Daredevil show.
But it proved that stuff like that could work with superheroes. That you could do that and it could work. And be quality and be popular and be watchable.
I know you're not a big fan of the show, but that's why I like the Penguin, because they show that a dark, gritty,
Oh, hey, I did enjoy very much watching and reviewing the Penguin as a show.
Yeah.
I just honestly think that it was a little bit overrated. I do. Just because I don't think, especially for the first season of the show, shows usually get better over time, I
agree.
Shows peak in season 2, 3, 4, 5, not in season 1. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But hey, we're just getting that one season Penguin, so I think it was a really good, solid miniseries. And
what do you mean? There's going to be another season of the Penguin.
We'll see if it's official.
Sir, it's an HBO show. Okay, one. And honestly, HBO, regardless of what happened with Netflix or any of that shit, throw that all out.
Yeah, yeah.
HBO, sir, is very well known for having a consistent record of pretty much always putting out second and third seasons of TV shows that come out and are halfway decent.
True.
And then take into consideration the fact that the Penguin was heavily nominated by the Emmys, and
That's true.
did it not also like win a Golden Globe too, or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, Colin Farrell won the Golden Globe, which is a big deal because that's like the third time actor did that for a comic book.
Did it get nominated for other Golden Globes?
Yeah, and Emmys it won a couple. Like Christine Milioti, who plays Sophie, won for Best Actress, which was awesome. So,
What,
yeah,
she won? She won the Golden Globe too?
Did she? No. She won for an Emmy, not a Golden Globe.
I was gonna say, yeah, she didn't win the other Golden Globe for no way.
No. She won for the Emmy. Colin who played the Penguin.
That would be extremely rare event to have two lead actors of the same television show both win the Golden Globe in the same year.
Yeah, no, because I think Julie Foster won for the Golden Globe for the fourth season of True Detective. So that's what happened.
If I had to bet money on it, I'd say that's probably never happened ever in the history of the Golden Globes. One TV show ever having two main actors, a female and a male, both win the Golden Globe.
It happened before. I can't remember who did it, but it happened before. It's just a rare thing.
When has there ever been a television show you've known of that's ever been of really high quality that's had a female and a male lead that were both like excellent?
I mean, Mad Men, Breaking Bad, and I mean Better Call Saul. I heard that's really good. And what else?
Yeah, but the actresses in Mad Men were only nominated in categories like supporting actress and things like that. You know what I mean?
I see. I see where you're coming from. Okay.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, the female actresses on Mad Men were not superly heavily nominated in Mad Men. What's her name from? What's her name?
Moss.
Yeah, she probably, because she's overall just an outstanding actress. I know her performance in that show was standout. And I'm sure she probably did get nominated, but other than that, there was only one other actress, the blonde, tall one, I think, that was considered, a major supporting female character in the show. And I don't even know if she ever was nominated for anything. It was mostly just Don Draper that won the Emmys and all that.
Yeah, I think so. I think John Hamm was always the only one that was
Mad Men wasn't considered an ensemble cast show that I know of.
I don't know either. I have to be honest. I don't know too much of that, but yeah, I think last time I checked,
I'm sure it had an outstanding overall cast. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it wasn't known to have a star-studded ensemble sort of cast.
No. I mean, mainly because you kind of just knew John Hamm and that like his character was the main focus of that show.
Yeah, it wasn't like The West Wing where 8 different actors were nominated for Emmys throughout the life of the show. With Mad Men, it was pretty much John Hamm won every year, or got nominated every year.
Yeah, no, that is very true.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Kind of like Breaking Bad, it was just 2 actors really on Breaking Bad that were considered that were considered, award category actors. That was it.
Yeah. That's what I heard from like those 5 years it was on the air. Like, yeah, Creston and Paul was always nominated, but the other actors, I think they were nominated for supporting, but then it was just mainly the 2 main stars.
I've never heard anybody really say that Breaking Bad had a ton of great secondary characters in the show. That's never something I've heard.
Oh no, they have it. I mean,
I'm sure. I know they had them. The show wouldn't have been good if they didn't have them. But
yeah. But yeah, I don't want to speak for the Breaking Bad fans, but yeah, there were, but it's pretty good. But anyway, 7. Who's your 7, sir?
Ultron, sir.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I like Ultron.
I think the majority of Marvel fans out there, that have been a Marvel fan the whole time from day one. A lot of them all agree. At least they did, 5-6 years ago. That Ultron's always considered either the 2 or 3 number, top villain all time in Marvel history. Say what you want. James Spader performance as Ultron, his voice was great, and as a villain in an Avengers film of all films, which is, a tough gig to have, being a villain in an Avengers film, there's a lot of responsibility. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He pulled it off. He works as the villain in Avengers Age of Ultron.
Yeah. No, I kind of agree. I like Jay Spader. I think he's a really fantastic voice for Ultron.
Any critiques of his performance as Ultron in the film, I think, would have to do with other aspects, like the writing, the way that they handled him. I wouldn't blame it on the actor, or the character.
No. He's a great villain. Unfortunately, he's not on my list not because of the performances, because the performances is great. It's just the writing and the humor. That's the thing. The trailers, unfortunately, this is where the trailers just. You thought you were getting a darker Avengers movie, but instead you got a movie that.
Well, no, they gave us a darker Avengers movie in Age of Ultron. It was darker than the first Avengers film. But you're right. You're right. I've seen those trailers. I've seen some of those old YouTube videos of those rough looking initial trailer reactions people were doing back then for Marvel, sometimes you see classic YouTubers, reactors, back in the day on those. Yes, those trailers looked very dark, very scary and almost horrific, and they were really, out for blood in that film.
Yeah. And what we got, mainly we did.
They made Ultron come off as this super violent, uber powerful villain that was going to go out there and just fucking destroy.
Yeah, exactly. He kind of did, but not in the way I was expecting.
He says it right in the trailer. He's like, "I'm going to destroy you," or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah. But damn, that was it. Pinocchio song, those strings attached. Oh my god, that was.
I don't think there was a really big, opinion or feeling out there though that those trailers at all did not depict the film really overall. I get your complaint. My simple point is we've seen the situations where the trailers just don't match up to the film at all. And that sucks when that happens. You know what I'm saying? That's not fun. So I don't believe that's what happened with Age of Ultron. Those trailers did not sell anybody anything that the movie did not at least come close to doing.
Yeah. No, I can't agree with you. No. First off, the trailers was not I think in general the movie itself is a good Avengers movie, but not a great one. I think that Joss Whedon, first of all, it was just a movie that jam-packed a lot of storylines, which get payoff in Phase 3, which is good. But
it was a sloppier Avengers film than the first one. Yes, it was not as tight, and it was not as cohesive.
New characters.
They had new characters, which was very different for them. That was a whole new deal, doing that. And, also, the decisions they made with the interactions between the different Avengers characters and the pairings of them in the film were not the best, decisions. You know what I'm saying? Things like the Black Widow Hulk love, relationship deal or whatever. Just didn't have to happen in that film,
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, that one was pretty bad.
That was forced. You know what I'm saying? And that felt weird in an Avengers film,
Yeah, it was. I agree with that. But yeah, Yeah, but I like your pick. I like Ultron. I'm happy he's coming back for Vision Quest. That's the best. Like, really, the best thing about that show is like they're bringing this character back, which is good.
I can remember back then when, like, Marvel was doing everything right, and and it was like an aberration, in Age of Ultron, that they made that move with Black Widow and Hulk, and nobody really made a big deal out of it, that decision, even though it didn't work, but honestly, it was one of those first times where we saw a bad decision by Feige and Marvel, where they really did, make a decision for the future, of those characters and the Avengers that did not play at all. And so they killed it.
Yeah. They barely touched it during Phase 3. I mean, they
killed it, and they handled it well. It was never weird, or they buried it,
Yeah, well, they bury it, but
but Natasha and Bruce remained close and friends,
Yeah, they reference the relation that
and Hulk still had feelings for her and everything, and all that,
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree. Awesome. Love that pick. So my number 7 is another cosmic villain. Let me find this guy. Jeez. Sorry. This right.
I can only imagine how bad some of these motherfuckers in this graphic are.
So, oh God, you're not missing much.
You probably got the villain from fucking Hellstrom in there.
I think so. I don't know. I don't know who's the villain in Hellstrom. I don't know. Okay, so my number 7.
Sir, honestly, there's probably nobody who knows who the villain of Hellstrom was.
I don't know. So I didn't see the show.
I'm not even really sure that anybody ever watched Hellstrom. I mean, until somebody proves it to me,
Yes, commenters, please tell us. Do you seen Hellstrom, the Marvel Hulu show?
It's very possible that only like 5,000 people ever watched Hellstrom.
I think so. But I don't know if that happens. Yeah. So my 7th pick is the High Evolutioner. If I'm saying that right, or HE, I call him. Great villain for Guardians 3. I mean,
that's a logical spot to put him in.
Yeah, he was a really great villain for Guardians 3. I will say that he was a better villain.
I've got him on my list. He's there.
Oh, awesome. Do you want me to put the image for him?
No, sir. I don't have a ranking. I just have him on my list.
Okay. All right. Then okay, that's fine.
I'm not really sure where he belongs. I mean, honestly, he for me, he deserves to be in the top 10, but for a lot of fans, they probably wouldn't put him in their top 10,
Yeah, that's weird.
I've
been seeing him in the list, like in like a very like high tier.
He's the kind of villain where you really have to pay attention to the acting and the performance by the actor as the villain. You know what I'm saying? Again, that's a big part of it with him. You know what I mean?
Yes, I agree.
Because the High Evolutionary is a villain that's hard to play,
Yeah, no, and I think this actor, Chivio Ichio, that's his name,
right?
Like, he was
brother, good luck pronouncing his name.
Yeah, so he's a great actor. The butterfly alien from Peacemaker season 1, he was really great. I like they got and worked with him again as a villain for this.
He's so talented. I don't know why he's never changed his name, bro.
I mean, that's his name, probably his real name.
You think he'd probably get more work, and like get more, be more popular if he changed his name to Chad Davis.
I guess so.
Seriously, bro.
Oh my God. Okay.
The guy's he's talented. I mean, if I remember correctly, hearing years ago before that film came out, he had been in at least one quality film before, and had been known as a talented actor. Like he'd actually had quality performances before in film.
Yeah. I think he's really good. He was in John Wick Chapter 2, actually. He was one of the guys that was going to talk to Antonio's sister because she took over his spot. He was in that. That was the last time we saw him, actually, in John Wick Chapter 2.
Yeah, I can see him having the kind of versatility where he could probably pretty much, play a role in anything.
Yeah. No. But yeah. So I thought this villain was better than Ego. I thought that he was. I like that he was the courier of Rocket Raccoon, and so that was cool. Like he has a connection to one of our guardians, which was really great. I thought his costume was great. That's something we haven't talked about is the costume adaptation of the villains, because let's face it, some of these movies are really bad.
Oh yeah. Their version of the High Evolutionary, visually was great. It was well done.
Yeah, like spot on from the comic books. And I like how like full on purple he is, which is cool. My favorite color, by the way. Besides,
I mean, he's kind of a goofy looking character in the comics, honestly.
yeah, I think the live action costume is better than the comic books.
Well, that's why I said I like that version, like their version of him, in the film, was well done.
Yeah, it's well done. And yeah, so I know you haven't seen the deleted scene, but he's still alive. So hopefully they have something with his character. But at the same time, I think he was.
I saw the end scene, the end whatever.
Oh yeah,
I didn't see the deleted scenes. I've never watched the deleted scenes of any Marvel movie.
Okay. I'm just reading out in one of the deleted scenes, he's actually alive. So because we never get confirmation in the film that he's alive.
I don't see how a deleted scene is valuable to watch with a film. I mean, it's a deleted scene. It never happened.
Yeah, I know. I'm just reading out because like there's a chance he could come back in the Marvel universe.
But again, it was a deleted scene, so it never happened in the film. So
yeah, No. I understand. But anyway, great villain. I like him. And one thing I appreciate about his villain, and same thing with Ultron. Well, maybe not Ultron. I appreciate this.
Also, Andres, as a long-term MCU fan, sir, when have you known Marvel Studios of ever actually recycling their villains at all, ever in their films or whatever, and actually bringing them back for more than one film? When have you known that to happen?
I mean, soon. We get into 5 and
yes, but overall, besides the Avengers films and the special movies and stuff like that, what have you known in MCU films a villain in an MCU film ever to show up in another one after?
Oh god, I know it's like 6 out of 10 sometimes, but not really. Unfortunately,
they decided to never have recurring villains in the MCU. That was the decision that they made. And to have a one villain, one hero dynamic in the films,
which I disagreed, but whatever. But I don't know. I feel like they because it makes their universe small, and it's like what do the Avengers do besides taking down the terrorists and all that? It's like kind of weird. But yeah, so I like this character. He's not too high in my list because there's better villains. And one thing I like about this character, just wrapping up, I like how pure evil he is. That's something I do like. Sometimes we get a lot of like villains that are like sympathetic, and I like that this character is like pure villain, like very douchey, and I like.
Yeah. I mean, again, he definitely brought something new to the MCU. He was the first really evil, sadistic villain. That was dangerous and violent, and he was a mad scientist, type, and super intelligent, and also has superpowers too, and could actually fight, in a battle. You know what I mean? Although that's not his strength,
No, his strength is just being a really mad scientist, and
his brain, his intelligence is his main weapon. Yes.
Exactly.
He's never been known as a when it comes to battle as a major powerful villain. But he can fight. But as we saw, random, non-superpowered human characters are capable of, inflicting, damage to him and killing him. He wasn't invulnerable,
No. Yeah. Yeah. After he got defeated and they peeled his face was kind of gruesome. But
yeah, he was well acted. Again, when it comes to the well acted villains, that was one of them.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Who's your number 6? We're now entering the highs.
Yeah, I know. We're at 2 hours and 40 minutes because I like to talk about so much random shit.
I like it. I was surprised we got people commenting on the section, so I'm happy about that.
Oh, so I got Vulture, Michael Keaton, who's a great villain. Again, I don't know where you really want to put him in that top 10,
I have him in my list.
And and I respect other MCU fans that maybe respect him as a villain, but would not have him in their top 10 and would put them in their 10 to 20 range, because he was he was sort of a low-key villain, and he wasn't really a super powered villain at all, but he was just a very great villain for a great film that fit very well in that film as the villain, he was a very, very, very good Spider-Man villain, and so, that worked out well for that Spider-Man film, which is why when it comes to our movie rankings, a lot of us put that for Spider-Man film in our top 5, top 7 or whatever, because it's a great, great, underrated, low-key MCU film. One of the best. And overall, in general, as a villain in the film, in the complete movie, he from start to finish, he's a great villain. He never gets boring or or stupid or or whatever. The whole movie he's pretty solid. And and the way his character wraps up his arc in the film as a character is interesting, is creative, and has redemption in it and all that, because at the end of the day, the guy that is the Vulture is not a bad guy.
No, that's the thing that's really cool about him. He's just a guy just trying to provide. He's trying to.
No, they do a good job of establishing that in the film that he is overall a generally decent, hardworking family man.
Yeah, which was very refreshing. I have Vulture on my list. He's actually higher from your position, number 4, in my list, because I think he's one of the best villains from Tom Holland's trilogy. I think he's one of the great.
Oh yeah, he deserves to be number 4 on the list. He's that good and has that much of an impact on the film, and also is well acted also, obviously, and gives you that whole dichotomy again of a villain with a lot of range, who at times can be, sympathetic with the audience, you can like the guy, or feel bad for him at the end when he loses, or when he goes to jail, you can feel bad for him, even though he's the villain, you know what I'm saying? That's always great when you have that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, it makes him a very three-dimensional character. You understand where he's coming from, why he's doing these illegal things. And he's great as a Spider-Man villain. I like how connected he is for Peter with.
He also demonstrates that people can just make mistakes sometimes. Good people can make mistakes and just overdo it, or get greedy, especially for reasons like their family and their family finances and stuff like that. You know what I mean? As a part of it,
Yeah.
And and good people can make those mistakes, and still come back after that and still be a good person,
Yeah, I totally agree. I also pick him because of Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton is a great actor. I love him, and he's one of my favorite actors. And he did a really good job of reading Vulture.
No, he provided a villain that actually, honestly, at the end of the movie, as a fan, you could either feel sorry for or hate or but probably not hate, because overall, he's a pretty likable villain.
No, it's true. I don't hate him. I understand where he's coming from, as you were saying before. Like, he's very relatable, and I like that. That's something that's always good with a villain.
Very few MCU villains have that going for them in the films.
Yeah, true. It's only a few. Like, it's yeah, really Magneto is the only one that I can see as
There's
relatable.
never been an MCU film with Magneto.
Oh, that's true. I mean, outside of Marvel, more other Marvel movies. But
You
anyway,
you can't include the X-Men film, sir, in the MCU.
that's true. That's true. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't work, sir. No, you cannot do that.
Okay.
It's it's a party foul when it comes to being an MCU fan. You know, you can do a lot of things
Oh
with
my God.
the X-Men movies and all that and everything, but one thing you cannot do is involve them in MCU rankings or anything like that. That would just not make sense.
Yeah, but I agree. I guess in terms of in their universe, MCU, like Loki is kind of like relatable because of if you've seen the first film,
Yeah,
like,
but Loki's only relatable over time
that's true.
because of growth. You know, to do it in one film, that's tough.
Yeah, that is kind of true. Okay.
But again, the character was designed to be that way. Let's be realistic here. You know, it was written and designed to be that way.
Oh yeah, no, that's true.
Let's not take anything away from the acting, but let's just be honest here. Like, again, they wanted the character to come off that way.
Yeah, no, that's kind of true. Great pick of Vulture. All right, now
Yeah,
my next.
I'm pretty sure that the people that made that show were not like shocked that audience members were, had that
Mhm.
feeling about the Vulture in that film, that, love him or hate him thing. I don't think they were shocked.
No, I gotta say, not really. But yeah, I think I'm very happy to see him high as number 6. I think that's a good position. But yeah, he's definitely one of the best MCU. Like that was when I knew that the Phase 3 was really strong because they were starting to get good villains, and starting with Vulture was a really good pick for Spider-Man after the Amazing Spider-Man films, because the Lizard and the Electro were very weak villains, and I thought Vulture was like a like welcome return of best villain.
Picking a villain in a Spider-Man film is a very, very important decision for the film, because
Yes.
we've seen what happens when you go in the wrong direction in that area.
Yeah. No, I agree. Oh, dear Lord. All right. So my number 6 for villain is going to be the Purple Man, Kilgrave. So we got our second Netflix villain. Purple Man is probably the most scariest villain in MCU after Killmonger, right? Like this guy has one of the most powerful abilities, like to control a person, is like, oh my god, it's kind of scary, and just the way he is.
Wait a minute, he doesn't actually have the ability to control a person's actions and movements and all that, does he?
Like it, not like in telepathic, but more of like influence, like kind of like Pennywise. If I had to,
he doesn't he cause his victims to like ultimately commit crimes or harm themselves or kill themselves or
stuff like that, as you're saying before, and like not the most powerful villain, but like one of the scariest, and plus one of the best actors playing him, David Tennant. I don't know if you've seen Doctor Who, but I think David Tennant is really a great actor, and he's very.
When he uses his powers on somebody, doesn't he like trap them with his powers almost and like
under his influence
and like stay in their mind for like long periods of time?
Yeah, if the victim is close to him, they can be pretty much controlled for months or a year. But if they start like going forward, like getting away from him like farther, then they start to kind of get like what you say, get out of.
Then they wake up and they're like, "What the fuck is going on?" Because they can't even remember what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened with Jessica Jones. It's like the farther she was away from him, like she was out of the influence. And it's different from the comic books.
Yeah, and he used it for like fucked up, grimy shit, like fucking Jessica Jones and having sex with her and shit like that, didn't he?
Yes, yeah, in the books and in the TV show as well. So it's confirmed. But yeah. So very scary character.
Was he like a rapist? Like on top of his like other shit, was he like a rapist?
Is a ploy. the Bendis run. But yeah, like Clockwork
I
Orange.
I remember most of his victims in season 1 were women.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. Like he was a very Saiyan villain. That's how I can ascribe him.
Yeah,
He was a very
yes.
Saiyan villain.
He would encourage and make women self-harm and kill themselves and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that was the kind of villain he was, and it was scary. So I think he's really one of the best villains that Netflix did, and that's where Jessica Jones kind of fell in the later season, is that they didn't get a good villain like the Purple Man. So that's my thoughts on this character.
Well, sir, I have no idea what they ended up doing villain-wise with Jessica Jones after season 1, but you know,
yeah, season 2 they kind of did like they expand Jessica Jones' origin, so like we got her mom back to the picture, and that was not good.
with a character like Jessica Jones, you could make a season of a good season of a Jessica Jones show and not even have a main villain. You can just have her going out there and doing her job as a private eye or whatever, and fighting different villains and thugs and shit in each episode.
See, that's the thing they were supposed to do, but unfortunately, because TV shows they always follow like a formula, the show just stuck with the main big bad, and that was not good for that show. That's what happened. So yeah, it was weird. The third season they did do some investigation, but it was just like serial killer.
Oh well, I mean, you can't have a bad villain in a multi-episodical television show. That's not going to work.
Yeah, exactly. So and that was the problem with Jessica Jones. Like it works well with Daredevil, because that's like
I to this day I am gonna watch because I've been binging a lot of high-end TV shows lately. I've told you, I've been getting after it and using my streaming services a lot and watching a lot of shit. So I will watch Daredevil soon. I will. To this day, I still have not watched season 2, so I don't know how wonderful Bullseye was as a villain. I'm sure he was great. But what I saw in Daredevil Born Again with Bullseye was hit or miss, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No. That season, that revival just didn't really show you
how they used him at the end of the show. The last couple times we saw him, just wasn't all that interesting for him as Bullseye.
No. And I mean, like he wasn't supposed to be in again the other episodes because that was
now if they're gonna try to do something where they're gonna try to make him into a good guy now of some kind, like some kind of he's gonna
we'll see.
He's gonna turn around, and become an anti-hero or something like that. I don't know if I think that's a good move.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, that's my thoughts. What's your number 5?
We don't have to do all 10, sir. Since we're almost at 3 hours. I mean, but Thanos, sir, for obvious reasons. Again, if not for the fact that, as we all know, the Academy does not reward non-Black Panther, Black Power, politically correct films for Oscars. Infinity War, Endgame were both films that the Academy should have found some category to nominate one of those two films with an award. Even if it was something stupid like, costume design or I don't care. Those movies were too good to not get awards. But I think that Josh Brolin's performance as Thanos is so well done. And then take into consideration all the work and all the different aspects that were involved in the production with them having to do the mocap stuff and wear the suit and all that, and all that, that's got to be crazy to do, Overall, as a villain, he was outstanding in Infinity War. He made that movie. He was the best part of the film, and honestly, I think that it was a standout performance that was literally like such high level acting in that film with Thanos that they could have nominated him for an Oscar.
Yeah.
You know, or at least some no-name award, like a Mercury Award or something, something.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think his performance is definitely Oscar.
That was not an easy villain to play.
No, I mean he's a full-on CGI character. I mean, motion character.
Throw away the mocap. I'm gonna say the dialogue, the lines, the poetic, way of form of speech that Thanos has. The voice. It all had to work.
Yeah. No, that's true, and I think they picked the right actor to do that with Josh Brolin.
I don't think just any actor could have pulled off that performance.
No, I don't know who could have been another choice for Thanos. I think Josh Brolin was the right choice.
You have to have a certain kind of gravitas and a certain kind of energy as a character, as an actor, to be able to pull off a performance like that with a character like that.
Yeah, that's true. But
if it's going to come off believable for the audience, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's true. I think that will work with Infinity War. My thing with Thanos is I didn't like the direction they did with his character in Endgame, like bringing his other version.
Oh yeah, it's a totally different deal in Endgame than Infinity War.
Yeah, that's why he's not in my list. Despite I like him.
He's just a part of Endgame. He's just a piece of Endgame. That to wrap up the puzzle. You know what I'm saying, to finish up the deal. But it's not like in Infinity War where he had a standout performance or anything like that. In Avengers Endgame, it's not like that at all. He's just there. Yeah,
and that's very annoying. Because I think he could have been a top tier villain. I mean, everyone sees him as a top villain. Just my opinion.
What do you mean? He is a top tier villain. He dominates Infinity War. He's outstanding in Infinity War.
Yeah, I just take down the points because of things.
He was not in a lot of Endgame. He only had a couple scenes. And then he was in the end. The final battle against him is great. He was great in that.
Yeah, just my opinion. That's all. I can disagree. But yeah, I like Thanos. I do enjoy him, his character.
His role in Endgame is totally different. It's not even, the value level of that role in Endgame, it's not even close to Infinity War.
Yeah. I just wish they stuck.
He's the engine of Infinity War as the main character,
Yeah, exactly.
He drives the story all through Infinity War. The whole movie, he drives the story.
Yeah, that's something I'm really concerned with the new Avengers movie with Doctor Doom. I hope they don't do that with that character.
I have a lot of apprehension about that fucking Next Avengers films, man. Honestly, what kind of Avengers film are we actually gonna get out of what we got out of Phase 4 and Phase 5?
I know. And I don't know if you heard the news. Like, they're saying that it's going to be a direct sequel to Endgame, which I think they're annoying the films.
I heard something like that. Did some teaser come out that Chris Evans is actually in?
After we're done, I have the teaser trailer here.
Sir, considering the fact that we're already at 3 hours, I don't think this is going to be one of those Sunday nights where we're going to have a lot of trailer time.
Don't worry, it'll be quick. Let me show it to you now. Let's do it.
For what? Honestly, sir, I don't even know why there even would be a teaser trailer for that movie with Chris Evans in it as the center part.
It's just like confirming that he's actually in Doomsday.
I don't want to see Chris Evans coming back and having a significant role in this Avengers movie. That would not make sense to me.
I agree, and unfortunately, it's been confirmed. All right, let's get into my number 5. My number 5 is Loki. He's in my list. So he's. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, so Loki, great MC villain, like really the first villain that people can universally say before Thanos and Killmonger was one of the best villains. I think Tom Hiddleston, oh my god, great actor. He did everything right to bring this god misfit into real life. Oh my god, it's been like 14 years or 13 like since he played this character in 2011. It's crazy. Out of the villains, like I was not expecting Loki to be this long, like recurring villain in the MCU. But it just shows how good Tom Hiddleston's version of Loki is, and the changes this character has gone through his show. I mean, Loki, the Disney Plus show, is one of the best in Disney Plus. I mean, the first season, of course. I don't think season 2 is great, but like his show is definitely the better ones of the Disney Plus. Like I will definitely rewatch those first 2 seasons.
Well, sir, he's not a villain in Loki.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's the weird part about Loki now. Like he's such an anti-hero now, so it's really hard to to really rank him here. That's why I put him number 5 because he's yes, he's a villain from the beginning, but like after many projects he becomes an anti-hero. So I
honestly, because of the stupid fucking bizarre decision to fucking make him a tree god or whatever at the end of Loki season 2, I don't even understand now how they're logically even gonna freaking bring him back at all in any way or capacity as a character again in the real world or whatever after becoming the tree god.
Yeah. I'm curious how they're gonna do that because like how apparently he's gonna be the new Avengers with Sam, so that's gonna be weird.
What are you talking about? He's gonna be the new Avengers with Sam.
Sam's team that's been confirmed. He's gonna be with Thor and Sam's Sam Wilson's team of his Avengers.
Are you saying that it's been confirmed in the movie that one group of characters in the film is going to be a Sam Wilson Avengers squad?
Yeah, it's Shang-Chi, Ant-Man, Thor, his partner Falcon, of course, and Loki. That's the lineup for that version of the Avengers. So
okay. See, I don't even know how that makes any sense. I mean,
I know it's very interesting lineup. I mean, the most it's very OP, but I mean with Thor and Loki, but yeah, I'm very curious what they're going to do with this character.
Loki became a tree god. He's in some alternate universe or whatever, like.
Well, I mean, he could step out and get him from the tree, the tree chair, and
I can't even remember where he really is. In that tree god place or whatever. Like, I can't even remember from Loki season 2, where that is, what that place is.
Wasn't it in the center of the multiverse?
It was one of those weird places that He Who Remains, had going on, Yeah.
I don't know. I can't. It's been a while we've seen Loki, but yeah. So yeah, Loki, he's the best. He's the best villain.
He's in that dimension where houses float, and all that kind of shit, and you know what I mean?
Where he is. That's where he's at.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering again, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, that'd be interesting to see. I guess it would make sense for him to get back with Thor again. I get that,
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't really see how Cap would find Thor and Loki and be able to enlist them to be on his squad. I mean, or how those two would bump into Captain America at all. You know what I mean?
The only possible way is that maybe Sam went to Valkyrie because she's in Earth and she's maybe able to contact Thor, but Loki is where I'm like, how do you get him there? So
yeah, I mean, I don't know,
we'll see.
Sam had no relationship with Valkyrie ever in the MCU, they never even shared a scene together,
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, he's the new Captain America, so I think Valkyrie Like,
Oh yeah, the new Asgard deal with Valkyrie is like a well-known public deal, like Captain America could find her, and he knows who she is,
yeah, yeah.
Everybody that was a part of the final battle of Endgame, all those people who became that Avengers team, in some form or fashion, they all know each other after that event. After the battle was over, the funeral, I mean, they all know each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm very curious how that's gonna plan out with Loki. But I'm excited that he's in part of the Avenger team, so that's cool.
It's just not the kind of team I would expect to be the Avengers team with Sam, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was very surprised when they confirmed that. Yeah, we'll see. Who's your number 4? Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I had Loki also. I think Loki was, I'll be short. He was great as the OG, the first, real main villain in the MCU,
Yes.
The first big villain in an Avengers film. And again, that's a tough role to have and play, That's such an important role in an Avengers film, being the main villain,
Yeah.
That's a lot of responsibility that you have as an actor to pull that off. And you really, really, really have to pull off a consistent high level performance, you know what I'm saying? To sell in a believable way yourself as a dangerous villain that's a real actual danger to the Avengers, and is capable of winning, and Loki did all that, Tom Hiddleston did all that, again, from start to finish, he pulls off a great performance as the villain, there's some humor involved, for once, Loki actually shows off some powers and stuff like that, and comes off pretty tough as a combatant in battle. He shows that he's just as powerful, if not, capable of fighting the Avengers, and standing toe to toe with them, for a villain that's not super overpowering as a villain, that doesn't have super crazy powers, or Thor level powers, and has to work with what he has, you know what I mean? Just a really well done performance in Avengers, and makes the movie what it is, that movie would not be the same without that performance.
No, and it could have just. It just couldn't make the Avengers more generic as a superhero team without Loki, really, because he makes that movie really great, and like he was like definitely top tier villain during the Avengers, the first film.
Yeah, and to make up for some of his deficiencies in power levels and stuff like that, as a villain, they brought in some other villains, some side villains, to help out in the movie, and that also worked for the movie and made the movie better. You know what I'm saying? And it didn't lessen Loki's role as the main villain in the film,
Yeah, it was crazy at the time. Around Thor: The Dark World, people think he was better than Thor, and should have had his own film, which is crazy. It just shows how good this character is as a villain and anti-hero.
What are you talking about? What Dark World, Loki? What?
Well, during when Thor: The Dark World was coming out, like a lot of people think that Loki was so much better than Thor. Before Thor 3 became a thing, of course, and changed people's minds.
Wait a minute, you're saying people thought Loki was a better character than Thor?
Yeah, you think about it, like he's the best thing about that second film than really Thor in that movie because he was
Yeah,
pretty.
but everybody knows that Thor was the main character, the lead character in the Thor franchise, and that wasn't going to change.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was. I mean, it was just like fans just going crazy, just how good Tom Hiddleston was. No, it was just crazy rumors.
I never heard from any fan or anybody I ever met in content creation ever, anybody make the opinion ever that that Loki ever was more popular than Thor in the Thor films to the point where people actually wanted that film to be a Loki film.
No, like have him have his own solo project, not like make Thor Dark World,
That makes no sense. How would logically any fan way back then ever actually have a real opinion have to do with suggesting a Loki solo film?
Wow, you didn't
the
hear
way,
this?
the way the way the MCU worked back then, that makes no sense. Everybody knew that they had a plan with what they wanted to do, and that it didn't matter what we thought or said about that stuff. You know what I mean? That they knew what they were going to do.
Now, to be fair though, like we would unfortunately, Sony and then Warner Brothers did this. We eventually got this.
And besides that, what possible film that would not be a shit show that would make sense to take Loki and put him as the main character in a film after the first Avengers film? How is the performance of the Avengers film relate to leading and being the main character in an actual entire film?
I mean, he can introduce a lot of other cosmic themes, and
Loki only worked in the Avengers because he was interacting with and being in conflict with other great characters throughout the entire film, being the villain. You know what I'm saying?
Just remember, like, the studios didn't invest having villain projects until Venom became a big success, and of course Joker became a big success.
Loki was only good and only popular and liked in the Thor films that were ensemble films where he was working with other actors and he was always a side character.
Yeah, well, that's the reason he worked well in Thor: The Dark World. But yeah, it was a thing back then. People, were clamoring for Tom to have a solo project, and this is the fan community, everyone, sir. I'm surprised you never heard of this. I mean,
sir, back then in the MCU, the thought of actually having the opinion of tangibly expecting Marvel Studios to make a Loki film coming off the Avengers would have made no sense back then. That would not have been possible at all. It would never happen.
I mean, of course not. I didn't believe it was going to happen because as you say, there was a plan, but people
you don't take the villain from a major superhero film and then make a new project with him as the main character of another film, and have him do what?
We kind of did that with the Penguin, sir. So
no, but what would Loki do in a feature film after Avengers? What would he do?
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. I mean, it could have been different with what we got from Loki, the Disney Plus show. So,
I mean, he could be a villain again, but we already saw that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you couldn't do that. You know what I mean? He couldn't be the Avengers villain again.
Well, I don't know. I don't know you're in this opinion. I think you could have made the build up to what's that event in the Thor 3 Ragnarok? The build up that event to be much better. I
mean, Loki really became popular overall after Ragnarok came out. No.
He was popular before that.
No, he was popular, but his peak popularity as a character going into Infinity War, where he dies, was literally people watching him evolve in those Thor films. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he got really popular because of that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like if they made the solo project during phase 2 or 3, I think the movie could have been like the focus on him like trying to stop Surtur or like doing some deal with
Yeah, but sir, that would just take away from the actual Thor franchise and what's actually laid out for him to do and his character to have happen. How could you do that?
Yeah, no, very true. But yeah. I mean, we
again, Loki became a secondary character in the Thor franchise after the Avengers film, and he really, honestly, did not get a ton of screen time, and was not a super, important. Even in Ragnarok, he does not get a ton of time on screen. I mean, he has a really great role. He's a great addition to the film, but he is not a featured character in that movie.
Yeah, no, Thor 3, that's the reason I like Thor 3, because they didn't rely on Loki this time around. That's why
they just made him a part of a great team of actors and characters in the film, which is where he's at his best as Loki. Yeah. He's at his best. That's why I'm saying to you, it makes no sense. There's a reason why nobody cast Tom Hiddleston to play lead roles in films. He's not an actor that's going to carry a film.
I mean, I disagree. I mean,
maybe a TV show, but not a film.
I don't know. I think
he's got to be a part of a picture with other pieces.
I think, no offense, but I think Loki is a way more interesting character than Thor. And look at Thor's arc in the MCU; it's been so inconsistent, and like his movies has been inconsistent. Where you look at Loki, even the variant Loki we have from his show.
The only movies I've seen Loki actually be good or liked or whatever or celebrated are ones where he plays a secondary role and he's a part of a team and he works with other characters, and that's his role.
Yeah, that's why I like him.
He doesn't do anything on his own at all. There's no storyline with him, doing anything on his own or having goals or anything like that. Everything having to do with him has to do with his interactions with other characters, especially Thor. I mean,
that's the same. That's the same thing with other superheroes. So it's not a big difference. Like if you give him the supporting characters just like Thor, then he's fine, and you could get a good movie out of it. But But anyway,
again, how? The character Loki, the character Loki is not designed as a character to be the main character in a film.
No, I agree with that. I don't know, like
they did not create that character to be that person, to be that. They did not do that.
Yeah, that's why the Disney Plus really works, because they did a good job of resetting that character and like be the lead.
And they surrounded him with a great cast of excellent actors around him in secondary roles.
Yeah, Sylvie. Who's the Owen Wilson's character? Forgot his name. Damn it.
Morbius.
Thank you. And Obi. Yeah, like they're great characters. No, I agree. But yeah, fantastic actor, great character. I like that you put him in the high list.
In a TV show, after all the evolution of his character, and him being that new Loki that, came from the past or whatever, it worked. Yes, it did work.
Yeah.
The Loki Disney Plus television shows are probably the best Marvel television shows on Disney Plus.
Hey, I agree. And that's what I say. One of the best. I think they still hold up pretty well. Okay, what's your number 3?
Oh man, so we're getting into 3 hour and 17-minute territory here. So we're gonna have to decide how we want to play like the rest of our live stream, because I cannot go for 4 hours. So
I'm going for 4 hours. So
I still have a couple of really shitty villains that I'd like to mention. That's gonna take a minute, and I still have a lot of lists left of villains. So at this rate, we gotta decide how we want to handle this.
We can save the worst villains for another stream. We can do that, and then just finish up the best villains for tonight.
Yeah, okay, that kind of stuff, because you kind of want to do the shitty villains in the same conversation as the good villains. But
I know. We can say that another time, which is fun. But yeah.
So we're not going to talk about MCU bad villains on another live stream or whatever. Like that is such a random topic that that would never happen.
Yeah, but people will be interested in seeing that. I mean, it's a good topic. Just shitting on the worst villain.
Well, anyways, so I'll go ahead and just drop one of my worst villains, which is Gore the God Butcher, Christian Bale, such a talented actor that just got utterly wasted and embarrassed, you know, by the writing in that film and the decision making they made with how they handled his character. He is utterly terrible in that film. He is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's embarrassing.
I mean, Love and Thunder is the worst movie ever, and just the way they handle Gore, and even Mighty Thor is really bad.
Oh yeah. Love and Thunder is worse than the Marvels.
Oh yeah.
Anybody that does not think that the Marvels is better than Love and Thunder, you know, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm becoming frustrated here. I just slapped already a second rolling paper onto this joint that I can't seem to roll. And even with the second rolling paper, sir, I am struggling here with this joint. It is not coming out smokable. So,
dear Lord.
Anyways, I will get that straightened out. But yes, I just think that when it comes to the biggest ever waste of you know, the most talented, you know, well-known, you know, great reputation actors out there, you know, and you get a chance to have him in one of your films, you know what I'm saying? And you make him, you put him in, you know, in the film as a villain that, from what I understand from the comics, you know, although I don't know for sure, does work, can work, you know, as a villain, you know, can be a good villain. But what they did with Gore in that film, you know, just, I mean, you know, just this whole everything.
Yeah, he like his design is different from the comic books. They don't show enough of him killing the gods.
Yeah, they never actually really show him out there killing gods, you know, which is his main thing, you know. He comes off like kind of cartoonish and childish at some parts of the movie where they're trying to make him look scary or like monster movie looking or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like he looks really good when they go to that, what was it, that black and white planet. Like he looks way creepier there than like all the like full on color.
Yeah, in the beginning of the movie, in the black and white planet, yeah. But later on, when he's like breaking down and everything, you know, and he has the children and all that shit, you know, and he looks all, you know, menacing and all that, you know, like he looks dumb, and it's like, you know, just it's like laughable, you know.
I know. It's yeah, his design is the worst of any MCU villains. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I mean, just his whole storyline is terrible. He's not fun as a villain. He's not scary at all. You know, the final battle sucks. Like how his character arc ends is stupid. You know, it's like dumb, and you know, it doesn't even really, you know, you don't even care. Honestly, that it's just terrible. And honestly, you know, all I can say is I hope that Christian Bale got paid big time for that fucking joke of an experience, man.
Yeah. I can't imagine.
I mean, can you imagine what the production was like on a film that ends up that bad? I mean, is it possible that, you know, that even in the production of it and like, you know, the making of the film, that there was indications or signs that things were off, that it was kind of a shit show, you know? Like, I mean, I wonder if you can tell when you're making a really bad film, you know? Like, I wonder if there's ever a moment where you're the actor and you're like, wait a minute, like, this is bad. Like, this is not going to work.
Yeah, that movie is so weird. Like, apparently it had like a 4-hour cut, and then they had to cut down so much to to meet the hour, for the showing.
They say that about every other Marvel movie.
But yeah, but this time I feel like it's kind of true because there were some storylines they brought up that were supposed to be in the film. Like I remember at Comic-Con 2019, they were saying that Valkyrie was searching.
Why would what's his name have shot a 4-hour cut of Thor: Love and Thunder?
That's technically that just shows how crazy.
I mean, the movie actually overall was probably, I can't remember, but I'm guessing it was probably a 2.5 hour long film, right, or whatever.
It was like a little shorter. It was like really short, actually.
It was a Marvel movie. At that time, they always were at least 2 hours or whatever, So figure it was 2 hours long,
Here, let me put up the hour because I don't remember. But it was not even long like as Thor 3. It was like shorter. Here, 119 minutes. That's how long it was. Like
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah. So, anyways, like I said, 2 hours, right? So, honestly, how does that make sense? Like, I never heard that they had like any kind of crazy Marvel's level editing that went down or anything like that, for that film where they had to cut 2 hours out.
No, that's it. I think it came after the movie was released because the movie felt very incomplete.
Movies don't get cut like that after they get released. That happens before they come out.
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, it happens with some films, but not all the time.
Movies don't get edited after they come out. The editing is done before the movie gets released.
Oh no. So they just mentioned the 4-hour cut, like they had before they edited that down before the release. Like that's what I'm saying. Like no. It wasn't like that. It was like they say that before the release they had like a 4-hour cut, but they had to cut it down.
I just don't believe that at all. That movie was so stupid. It had nothing happening at all that was even interesting. What could they have possibly actually done to add to that film to add 2 hours more? What could they have even done?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't care.
I mean, so much of the stuff that happens in that movie is just stupid and like laughable. Like that. I just can't even imagine what they possibly could have done like extra. To add to that.
I mean, I wonder if there was just more material for Gore to do. Like maybe there were scenes where he did kill gods. I don't know. I always wonder, like what, it's just I don't know. It's just
MCU films are not the kind of films where like directors come in and get all artistic or whatever and shoot hours of extra film or whatever on top of the actual expected time of the film. Like Marvel movies aren't like that. They're not art pieces or whatever, they're made to be shot and produced to fit a certain amount of time,
Yeah.
The Marvels, right? They didn't shoot extra footage or something like that. They just actually shot a 3-hour plus long fucking movie. Then they realized it was terrible. So they cut an hour plus of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They edited out a lot of bad shit, but that wasn't like bonus footage.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just crazy how bad this movie is, and I mean also it's because like technically comes from a comedy.
Sir,
and
so, I just love questioning you on stuff like that, sir, because honestly. I know you're aware of rumors and things like that. I get that. I know you're tuned in and would hear that stuff, but I just have to question you, from fan to fan, friend to friend, when you say this kind of things or make these claims, just because, again, I wonder about certain things,
Yeah, I know, but because I think this was an interview that like Taika Waititi did, and say that there was like a 4-hour cut, and it's
like with certain films, I can imagine there being a 4-hour cut or whatever, or a 3-hour cut, but like with a film that's that bad, like Love and Thunder, I mean, I just don't see what creatively would have actually been there story wise or whatever for them to actually like, go out and purposely shoot 2 other hours of film to make a 4-hour film. Like, I don't know what they would have possibly done.
Oh, for me, it's definitely jokes. Like, I don't think it's probably gags, jokes that they were trying.
I mean, in what reality? Even if Kevin Feige's become delusional, in what reality does anybody believe anybody would want to go watch a fucking 3-hour or 4-hour long Thor style fucking humor film? For 4 hours.
Yeah, I know. I don't want that. Okay. What's
Thor,
your
Thor: Love and Thunder was so fucking bad. Can you imagine how many people would have walked out in the theater if it was 4 hours long?
I will. I'm not gonna to stay with 4-hour cut of.
There were the massive walkouts.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. I could have been one of them walking out.
Oh yeah, I definitely could not have stayed for another 2 hours after watching the first fucking 2 hours of Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah, God. All right, let's move on. What's your best number 3?
Well, on the rest of my list, I have Baron Zemo, the High Evolutionary, and Mysterio.
Oh God.
Now, when it comes to shitty villains again, Whiplash, Mickey Rourke, Ivan Vlenko. We mentioned them already. Terrible villain. Terrible.
Yeah.
But again, we've already talked about the fact that when it comes to the Iron Man films, they all have weak villains. That's just a part of the Iron Man movies.
Yeah.
Luckily that did not hurt the Iron Man films that much,
No. I mean, it didn't hurt the trilogy. I just think Robert did a really good job of holding this movie together.
Yeah, no, I mean his popularity and everything and whatnot and star power carried the movies. But Kang, Jonathan Majors in Ant-Man Quantumania is a terrible performance of a villain. That is a terrible villain in a movie, in an MCU movie.
Really? Huh.
Oh yeah, okay. Kang was terrible.
I mean,
he was not a coherent, understood, be understandable in terms of his goals and everything, and motivations and all that, he was not a well put together, well thought out, villain in that film, Nothing against Jonathan Majors. His performance as He Who Remains in Loki season 1 finale is utterly, again, award fucking nomination level type shit. Okay. Literally standout performance. But for whatever reason, I think Jonathan Majors is talented. Maybe it's the film itself and the writing and just, the structure and all that. But his performance as the main villain in Quantumania was very disappointing and very much a letdown. And in a very, very, very bad film. Again, terrible movie. There's no way to be a great villain in a film like that, and he was not.
Yeah. I'm kind of different for you. I mean, I don't think he's the best villain, but I thought his performance was way better than what we had in Ant-Man 3. But the thing was, the thing that's very annoying with Kane is that
wait a minute, that was Ant-Man 3?
Yeah, Kane the Conqueror was in that movie. Yeah, I thought his performance was good in that movie, but I didn't like the choices they did with his character in that movie. Like, letting Ant-Man kill him was kind of stupid, and I and obviously with the multiverse saga, we're not continuing him as a big bad instead as Doctor Doom, and that's the big problem with his performance in this movie of Ant-Man 3 and as Kang. It's like
his ambitions and goals as a villain were very confusing in that film.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They were very confusing and very, very complicated. You know what I'm saying? And he did not, when we saw him fight, which was not very much in the movie, we didn't get to see him use his powers a lot. But when he did, it didn't look all that impressive, we didn't get to see him use all his, technology, all his high tech that he creates and builds and everything. We didn't get to see any of that really, and just sort of his arc in the film and his decision making and his dialogue with the other characters. It's just not great.
No, it's not. It's pretty weak. Yeah, I don't. That was the movie where they were so overconfident about Ant-Man 3 that it was going to be the best thing, and then it totally splat their faces as the worst thing they did in the MCU.
Oh yeah, they totally fucked up with with those trailers that looked outstanding. It made the film look like it was epic. Like they had like we thought that they had really like holy fuck, like they went all out with Ant-Man 3. You know what I'm saying? No more of this small budget comedy shit. You know what I'm saying? They're going all out with this epic Ant-Man film.
Yeah. And it wasn't.
And then you went and watched it, and it was goddamn laughable. It was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
With goddamn characters that were fucking retarded.
Yep. Retarded. Yeah. Oh my god.
Some of the worst MCU humor ever. Just totally not funny at all. The jokes and the humor not even funny at all.
Yeah. No, I agreed.
The goddamn daughter fucking walking around acting like she's a goddamn all-star the whole movie. Like she's the fucking boss. Like she's the new shit now for the MCU or whatever, and she's got to make it clear to everybody, that she's going to be around after this movie and everything, and she goes from having no experience with the suit or powers or anything like that at all, to like 10 minutes later in the movie, she's actually one of the most able-bodied warriors in the final battle.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty bad.
And then she runs around and says the same shit over and over. I can't remember what she repeats, but she says the same shit over and over again throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, I can't remember what you say, but yeah, she was really bad. I didn't like that they recast Cassie in that film.
Well, no, by the time you hear Paul Rudd yell emotionally Cassie's name in that movie for like the 27th time, you're over it. Like, we get it. You love Cassie. You have a close relationship with your daughter. We figured that out already.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. And something that's really annoying is that they had a great ending for the film and they switched it to a very generic, boring ending.
Well,
go
ahead.
How
How about how they removed the Wasp from the franchise in that movie? I mean, literally, they decided to put the spotlight on what's her name? I can't even remember her fucking name, Cassie.
Yeah. Captain Newton.
What? Her name's not.
That's the name of the actress. I'm sorry. Cassie. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I forget what code name she decided to use. Did she have a code name?
In the comics, it's called Stinner, but they didn't call her like that name.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. She has a couple of different code names in the comics, doesn't she?
Yes. There's one for Giant Girl, because that was like her first thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
One was Stinner.
Yeah. She's actually a potentially okay character. But in that film, they took all the shine off the Wasp, who was literally probably honestly the best part of Ant-Man 2. Her performance is probably the best part of it. They really put a lot more emphasis on her character in Ant-Man 2 and gave her more screen time and gave her a bigger role, and it worked, but for some reason they decided to remove her from the movie completely in Ant-Man 3. She has no impact at all. For large portions of the film, she's not even involved.
No, I mean she doesn't have a like emotional arc or anything like that. It's just her
No.
mom is the more focus was in the movie. You think
Yeah,
about it,
yeah, which is stupid. And then so you remove a capable fighter and warrior in the movie, and then they bring her back right there at the end for the final battle,
Yeah.
and have her drag Ant-Man back through the portal or whatever.
yeah. Which wasn't the original ending. Just give you like a trivia for that. They were supposed to be stuck in the quantum realm after that movie, but some bizarre reason they changed that so that they can get out of there because they felt it was too similar to what Ant-Man did in the Phase 3. In his second film.
It would have been very repetitive to have them be stuck in the quantum realm.
Yeah, but I mean, it could have been interesting because it gave Ken it made Ken more like a bigger villain than he was in that movie.
After what we dealt with and experienced and watched with that fucking whole world down there, or with all these goddamn dumbass retarded characters and shit and everything, why the fuck we want to watch any more of them there?
Yeah, I don't know. That's maybe true, but I don't know. Yeah,
I didn't care about any of those groups or gangs or factions of fucking people down there and that or whatever. I could care less.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, they were pretty bad. That one of the actors, people were. Anyway, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Okay, next worst villain.
Oh, and don't forget MODOK. What they did to
Oh my
MODOK in that
God.
film.
Oh my God, yeah, Mordok.
That was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in a Marvel movie.
Yeah, and one of the worst depictions, worst wasting of one of the great villains from the comic books. Mordok is a really good villain.
Oh yeah, a very underrated villain that could very easily, for certain fans, be somebody that could be ranked, potentially at number 10 or number 9 on the top 10 list. Because he was pretty solid as a villain in his film. But yeah, they fucked his character completely. With what they did to him.
Yeah.
Having him run around the movie, yelling, I'm not a dick, I'm not a dick, I'm not a dick, or whatever, was so stupid.
Yeah, it really was. And then him saying that he's now an adventurer was like, whoa, okay.
That was some of the worst writing ever in a Marvel movie. That was terrible.
Yeah. No, 100 agree. Really bad. Writing. I mean, the dialogue was so everything was exposition, or it was they were fit. It was bad jokes after bad jokes, and it was just oh my God.
Whoever thought that you could pull off some sort of epic sci-fi, interdimensional, quantum realm, type Ant-Man film with the humor, right? But still, go a little bit more serious, go a little harder with the film, and the characters, with the film for the third one. And instead, they tried to keep the humor, keep the lighthearted bullshit, keep the fucking childlike jokes, double down on them, and then make a whole epic film based around dumbass characters using that humor.
Yeah. Yeah, very true.
I'm telling you, sir, that MCU humor can be very hit or miss.
Yeah, no, it can really hit and miss. And that was the problem with Phase 4 and 5. Well, until Thunderbolts, which I think Thunderbolts did a better job handling their humor. But the humor was so inconsistent with these films. And Ant-Man 3 was the worst.
It can become embarrassing. Honestly, it can be funny for 2 minutes and then embarrassing really quick. And that's how Love and Thunder was. You know? The humor was so ridiculous in that movie that it was literally embarrassing.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. All right. Your next worst villain in the list after Mordok.
I'm sure you would agree, wouldn't you, sir, that it's just as valuable to talk about really bad villains as it is to talk about good ones?
Yeah, I guess. Well, you know what? Let me see. The other worst villain we have to talk about is Malekith. I mean, he's like the worst villain that the MCU has done. Like, I can't believe that Thor movie.
Malekith is a step above garbage and actually in the level where he's like, borderline okay as a villain.
Okay.
He's there and you can tolerate him, like he's not, he sucks, but you can tolerate him as the villain. It's okay.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I mean he's kind of there. That's my problem with him. He's like there, like
and it's not his fault. Thor: The Dark World is not a good film.
No, it's just not a good.
The whole creative process with that film was not good.
No, it really wasn't. Then my second worst villain is the Eternal villains, the Deviants.
Oh yeah, Crow. The main guy was Crow.
Yeah, Crow was pretty bad.
What the fuck were they thinking with that shit, bro?
Well, so here's my problem with the MCU films when they have the worst villains. It's like you have the other villain that really works like good, but then why you need this other villain? Like I don't know why they need this villain Crow. Like you have that richer the Game of Thrones actor being the main villain, the one that flies and has the laser.
He's not the main villain of that film, sir.
But he feels like it. That's the thing.
No, sir. He's a good guy the whole movie. That he gets bad right at the end, and then he kills himself.
Yeah. Well, I feel like he's
more. Sir, the main villain does not kill himself to actually stop to make sure that he does not harm other people. He does not do that.
I mean, that's true, but like he was trying to stop his team to letting that whatever internal.
Again, at the end of the film, and it was because of an argument, about belief, about opinions.
Yeah.
He was not the main villain, sir.
Well, he could have been.
The all-time main villain in the comics, or whatever, when it comes to the Eternals, is
the Crow, the Demon,
the Crow, whatever. What are they called? That other group of creatures that what do you call them? Create.
I'm not familiar with the Eternals.
Now that we don't cover the MCU all the time, my MCU lingo is way rusty.
Let me see. Besides the Deviants.
The Deviants, that's what they are, the Deviants.
Oh, I already say that. Yeah, the Deviants. Yeah, I mean,
do you know that the Deviants, their genes morph or mutate over time into the X gene that create mutants?
Yes, I remember that part. Yeah, but
I don't know all the details. I can't explain it very well, but I know it's there.
Yeah, I remember they were connected to the mutant stuff. But yeah, so I mean they're the worst.
They're terrible. The absolutely terrible villains. They don't even make any sense.
Yeah, and then the other one I don't like, Darban, the like female version of.
At any point in the Eternals, can you even tell at all what the fucking Deviants even want?
That's my thing. Like I understand where, like I know like the guy, like the Eternal's not the bad guy, but at least he has a motive. With the Deviants, I don't understand what their motive is.
I mean, if I remember correctly, don't they kind of want to kill the Eternals or whatever still or whatever or something? And like, besides that, they have no other goals. They don't want to dominate the world or
No, because in the film we discovered that the Deviants are created by the Celestials to like balance.
The Celestials created both of them, the Eternals and the Deviants. Yes.
Yeah, and it was in purpose. And so like that's why they're destroying stuff. But then one of the deviants gets smart, right? That's Crow that we're talking about. Like he starts to become more intelligent, and we don't know. Like I don't understand. Like is he after for the Eternals' powers so he could become more smart? Or and go after the the Celestials, and like that's the thing. It's like that.
They really don't explain it. It's just all confusing. And like, at one point he's like dancing with Angelina Jolie, or whatever, like they're like buddy buddy or whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Look,
Like they make it seem like maybe he's actually some kind of a good guy too, in the movie, like maybe he's not really a bad guy,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's very fucking confusing, dude.
Yeah, very confusing. And then I love Miss Marvel, but the villains, the Clandestines were really bad.
Oh yeah, Miss Marvel. As much as I like to praise Miss Marvel, and I do. Whenever I get a chance,
Yeah.
I will totally agree that I don't think people mention it a lot because again, the show was good. Yes, the villain, the overall villains or villain, I guess, of Miss Marvel, is not good.
Yeah. I just wish they focused on damage controls because that was what the initial plan was.
Again, that's one of those weird gray area deals where in that show they really was no main villain at all.
Yeah, that's true.
There were villains of multiple kinds, but neither one was really the main antagonist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, a really good point. Yeah. We didn't really have like a main villain. It was like this like second storyline with this main like sword villain, and then after that we got the damage control, and then that's it. Yeah. Then the She-Hulk villains like Titan, and then this guy I forgot his name, but like they were really bad in She-Hulk. I gotta say,
She-Hulk didn't even have villains.
Yeah, that was the thing that was annoying about She-Hulk, right? Because they were using what was that?
It was not a superhero show because it was literally written by a writer's room full of people who openly admitted that they refused to ever so much as even pick up a She-Hulk comic book and read it. None of them ever did.
Yeah.
They went into that writer's room with their own ideas for how a She-Hulk series should be.
Yeah.
Without actually knowing anything about the character of She-Hulk.
All right. Yeah. Oh, let's not forget. Worst villains.
Seriously. What was the villain of She-Hulk? Who were the villains? Like every single fucking white male in the show. Like every guy in the show was the villain.
Remember, they were using the
basically every man in the show was to be found evil overall, right? And was the bad guy, except for Daredevil and that gay costume designer.
Yeah. The Tanya, whatever it was called, that was like the main villain, but that didn't.
Yeah, but we saw her in the first episode for 2 minutes, and then she was gone.
No, that's Titania. I'm talking about the group villain that was just mainly man haters against She-Hulk, but yeah. Anyway, let's move on. I don't want to talk too much about She-Hulk. Flag Smashers, really the worst villains of the Disney Plus stuff.
They were tolerable. They got the job done.
Right.
The ending, like the way that they finished the arc for the Flag Smashers was not good. That finale, we've talked about that before in the past. Remember? The way that they handled the leader of the Flag Smashers, right? That Erin Kellerman actress or whatever. That was not well done. That was not handled well.
No.
Having her just get shot randomly by the fucking power broker or whatever, and then like
Pretty-
blown up, and then she got blown up afterwards. Like, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, that was not cool, you know.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
But would you agree though that at times during that series in different episodes, the Flag Smashers were actually okay?
Yeah, I think in the beginning when their plan made sense, it was like okay, they have potential, and I like the mask they were. That was kind of cool. But then I don't know. It was I think episode 4 is when they got really bad, and then that's when it went kind of downhill. But not as bad as some of the other Disney Plus shows.
Well, yeah, because they started to kind of like go deeper into their political views and all that kind of stuff, you know, and some of it,
Yeah.
some of it sounded stupid, you know what I'm saying? It didn't make sense or whatever, you know, like, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, because I know the fact that they had to reshot their plot line of those flashbacks because they were going to use some like virus like as a main like weapon for taking down something, but they had to remove that because of COVID, related thing and whatever. But yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, it got really convoluted with their plans and like it was confusing towards the end. Yeah,
I've seen worse than the Flag Smashers.
yeah.
There's been a lot of Marvel movies and a lot of Marvel shows. There's been a lot of villains. There's a lot of them out there that are a lot worse than that.
True. All right. We'll come back to worst villains. Let's go back to best villains, so we can wrap this up. So we're towards the end. So what's your number 3 best villain?
Sir, we are a group of friends that get together every week and talk about high end at times television shows all the time, and then talk about them and review them.
Yeah, that's true.
You cannot blame a guy in that situation that does that all the time in life for wanting to make things interesting and covering both sides of the coin when it comes to villains and acting and all that in Marvel movies. You know what I'm saying? Pointing out bad performances, and the reasons why and stuff like that in films is important and fun.
No. I it's just not fun talking about it because they were so bad. I also can't remember their things because it's been a while. I seen some of their projects, and and some of them actually got redeemed. Like Ghost got redeemed, which is pretty cool. I like that she came back because she is a very weak villain.
Well, wait a minute. Again, Ant-Man 2 is one of those rare Marvel properties where they don't designate a main villain in that film. Ghost is not a main villain. Ghost does stuff where she helps and is good multiple times throughout the film and shows that she has a good side right from jump.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's never the main villain. And then you've got that Sonny Birch character there too to be like a side villain, But there's no main villain. That's not the goal of Ant-Man 2 to have a main villain.
I don't know about that.
The goals of Ant-Man 2 are for Michael Douglas's character and his daughter to get everything worked out to where they can like go back to living in the real world again and not be in hiding, and be able to be out in the open, and they want to get Michelle Pfeiffer's character back from the quantum realm, right? And then they want to help Ghost, after they figure out what's going on with her. You know what I mean? Those are the goals, basically. And they accomplished them.
Yeah.
There's never an actual villain plot where they have to actually like beat a villain or have a final battle or something like that, like, for the movie to work or end.
No, but they're still villains. Like it's not like a world-ending plot. That's the
Throughout the course of that film, how often would you honestly ever say there's ever even scenes that occur where Ghost is actually doing anything villainous or negative to Ant-Man or the other characters during that film? How much do you think that actually occurs overall?
Yeah, I guess so. But there was just like one time she did do it, but it's not with the main heroes.
Yeah, the first time they meet her or whatever, there's like there's a confrontation or whatever. After that, she's pretty much an anti-hero, good guy. The rest of the time, that just needs help.
True.
There's never an objective or a storyline where she's a villain that they have to beat. She's never been presented as a villain in Marvel, in the MCU. In the Thunderbolts, she's not a villain.
I mean, Thunderbolts is the miscast of team with mercenaries, assassins all being together.
But logically, you got to agree with me. You cannot be in a film and literally only have one scene where you're at all in conflict with the good guys, and then in every other scene of the film that you're in, you're actually an anti-hero or good guy, basically, in every other scene. Like, that just needs help,
Right.
or whatever. And, does some bad stuff because you're a good person, but you're in a bad place. You know what I'm saying? She's never a villain.
I mean, I guess so. I don't know. I mean,
she's not supposed to be a villain in the film. It's not structured for her to be a villain.
I guess so. I think she's more like a physical villain for the heroes, but not like a, what do you call it, like a menace villain for them. Like, just more of a physical thing, like more for the action scenes and stuff like that. But
they didn't have action scenes. We already established that. There was one scene where there was conflict. After that, there is none.
She wants the lab.
There is no repetitive conflict between Ant-Man or the other characters and Ghost in the film. All their interactions after that are all peaceful.
No, there's still conflict. She
doesn't want to hurt them. When they have any interaction at all, she's just trying to steal tech or this or that. She's not trying to do anything to harm them.
No, true. I mean, because in the film, she's desperate to get the lab because her powers are being kind of like out.
She needs help. She's sick. Yes, it's not her fault. She's not a villain.
Yeah, you could call her a sympathetic villain. Anyway, next worst villain?
She was a trained special units, agent for the government that did assassinations and shit like that, and special project work.
Yeah, she was a mercenary and whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so she's never been a bad guy. She's not a criminal.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm just saying, sir. Marvel does have these movies or shows where there is no villain. It happens.
Damn it. Hold on. Let me stop the share.
I think I saw an article from, oh God, I can't remember what media company off the top of my head now. I can't remember, but a popular one that had a full MCU movie villain list, right? Ranked.
Yeah.
And I pulled it up just to have something to copy for the names, of the actors and stuff like that. And they did have Ghost listed as a villain.
Yeah, but I can see where you're coming from. Yeah, like, she's not like the villain, but like, more like a secondary antagonist after who was the Walter Goggins character? Birch, whatever his name is. Yeah.
They bring him in, but he's not even really a villain either. Yeah. He's just a shady businessman. Yeah.
See,
some of these movies and shows, they don't structure them to actually have the good guy versus the villain dichotomy. They don't go that direction.
No. I mean, Ant-Man 2 is so weird. I don't know what they were thinking with their villains, but I don't know. It's just one of those weird things.
The alternative is they go with multiple villains, small time villains, and they do like multiple villains.
Yeah. It's kind of true. And they had it, but they didn't properly use multiple villains. I wish that they just used that. What was the fan theory for that one? Like just use Justin Hammer as a villain. I'm surprised they didn't do that. But anyway.
Justin Hammer is just a plain old human with no superpowers, and he's not even there. He's not even like good at at military stuff or like fighting or anything like that, So I mean,
yeah.
and he creates guns. He's not like a genius, super mad genius or anything like that. So like,
Yeah.
I don't know what all you're gonna end up with is another Iron Man type villain with him.
True. I don't know. He's a very interesting character in the comic.
Justin Hammer is very good at what they've done with him before already. That worked,
In Iron Man 2? Okay.
Stick with that. That's what works.
All right.
That'd be a really dangerous jump to make, sir, to actually make him some kind of actual villain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing against the actor. I think highly of that actor and everything, and the character is hilarious. But
yeah,
that's a big jump, sir.
Yeah. Anyway, as Iron Man villain, I think he could have been great, but the version they got, and as you were saying before,
you'd have to be really, really, really fucking creative and smart to come up with a concept of a film structured to where Justin Hammer can work and be good as a main villain.
Yeah.
You'd have to have all the other pieces working for that to work.
Yeah. This give me a second. Trying to get something fixed. What else?
Again, he's a weapon. All he is a gun smuggler, a gun dealer.
Yeah, he's a what's the word? Weapons manufacturer. I mean, like he can tie a lot of like that high tech villains, that use technology.
Gun runners, weapons manufacturers, and shit like that don't lead. They're never the leaders or like the main villains or like.
Yeah, but whenever Justin Hammer is in stories, like it can work. It's just that the MCU they don't spend the time to do that. That's the thing. Sometimes, but
I just don't see how you can ever be considered believably dangerous as a villain.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, this kind of true. Yeah. But yeah, what other worst villain we had to bring up?
I mean, there's been a lot of them recently because, again, as the films have gotten worse in quality, the quality of the villains has also gotten worse.
Yeah.
If you think about it, there has not been many standout villain performances recently in any of these, any of these so-so Marvel films.
Yeah. True.
I saw the Fantastic Four, sir, and honestly, that female Silver Surfer character, they could have literally removed her from the fucking movie, and it would not have made any difference.
Yeah. I liked the film. I think it was definitely better over Superman, but there were a couple things they could have fixed. But
yeah, I'm not sure if it's better than Superman. I think they're close.
Yeah, that's the thing. My personal favorite is Thunderbolts. Like that's number one. I think that was a more complete film. I just like the retro thing, as I restated before some of the live streams.
Yeah, the Thunderbolts was something different. It was good. It had an edge to it.
Yeah.
It actually had some effective humor and had some good humor in it. Which is good to see.
Yeah. The Void. I think he's a good villain. I think he was definitely the highlights of that movie. I thought he was really great.
Again, what kind of villain is he? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, like Valentia is definitely a villain, but
what kind of villain are you really at the end of the day when overall everybody in the audience knows you're a good guy no matter what? You've already proved you are. Like,
True. I mean,
how successful as a villain have you been when at the end of the movie the audience already knows it's going to happen and they want to see you bounce back and be a good guy?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I got the tier list back. Sorry about that. Okay, so all right, sir, we're going over 4 hours. Let's try to wrap up this best.
Yeah, I
Here
mean,
we
look, but yeah, we can make. I mean, I think we've done a lot already. I think we've already gone. I think we've done enough picks. You know, I gave
right.
you mine already. I've already done all mine.
You done? All right. Well then.
Yeah.
Well, this is 10. All right. So let me just finish mines very quickly.
I mean,
sorry.
you've got all these fucking pictures. We can sit here for another hour or two if you want. You know, I don't want to do that. You know,
No.
but we could do it.
No. Let's get through the trailer reactions and then call it a night. All right.
Oh
so,
my god,
Yes,
dude,
yes,
we're at 4 hours plus minutes. You still want to do trailer reactions?
I need that for my channel, sir. So yes and yes. So sorry. Give me a minute. All right. So as always, with my best friend Jeff, here is the official top 10. My top 10 favorite MCU villain. So 4 is Vulture, as we say before. 3 is Kingpin. Kingpin is still one of the best Netflix villains of all time. He is the arch enemy for Daredevil, and it's great to see Vincent D'Onofrio coming back every time, despite the projects being weak, like Echo and Hawkeye. I agree with you, Jeff, about Hawkeye being kind of mischaracterized the character. But luckily, starting from Echo, we got the more Kingpin we know from the Netflix show. And then my personal favorite, number 1, is Wang Wu from Shang-Chi. Look, the third act is not strong, but I think the villain here, Shang-Chi's father, is one of the best villains in the MCU. I'm a big Iron Man fan. I was very happy we got a proper, Mandarin, version of the character, but a more culturally appropriate one over the one in Iron Man 3. So
his performance in the second trailer for Shang-Chi was outstanding and made the fucking character look awesome. His performance in the film, subpar.
Hey, you can agree or disagree.
I don't blame the actor.
Yeah. No, I can see where you're coming from. But yeah, I just really like how they handle the character from the comic books and how they merge, the versions of Shang-Chi's father from the comic books and make it very unique. So that's my thoughts here. So that's our list of tier lists, folks. MCU villains. Happy 2025. Happy holidays. Sir, ready for trailer reactions?
Yeah, go ahead and do the stupid trailers, man. Since we're, come on, we're 4+ hours.
Hey, that's not my fault.
Oh, look, sir. I mean, honestly, I think it's wonderful. That we have a friendship and all that. Where we like to sit and and bullshit, for hours and hours, and we enjoy it. That's wonderful. But we have been live for a long time.
Yeah, let's call it quits, sir. Thank you for this.
I mean, I have not done honestly, sir. I have not done a 4-hour live in a long time.
Really? Oh yeah. Like since what? Secret Invasion? Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh dear.
I think it was 3.5 hours for Secret Invasion.
Yeah, I think so.
The finale. I haven't done 4 hours in a while.
Yeah.
We've gone pretty long before on a Monday night here and there, but
yeah.
I don't think we ever hit the 4-hour mark.
No. But this has usually you and I do it, so we usually go long. Okay.
Well, hey, when you certain topics, we'll do that. I mean,
yeah. No, that's true. It was good that we talked about the worst villains because, yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys talk about the worst villains, sir. That's it's fun to talk about.
Yeah. Oh god, thank goodness we didn't talk about the other Netflix villains. Some of them they're the worst too. All right, so I got.
Oh yeah, I'm sure, sir. It would not shock me at all if they scraped the bottom of the barrel over there on those Netflix shows when it came to villains in some of those shows. I believe it.
Yeah, Iron Fist was really bad at it. Luke Cage had a decent one, but it was kind of weird how they were handling their villains. But yeah,
again, when you're working with characters that from the comics already never really had established, known good villains anyway, you know what I mean? Like, overall, you know what I mean? What do you really expect,
Yeah. That's very true. All right, let's Oh, all right. Well, before he comes back, I just want to say thank you everyone for joining us on this great 4 hour, MCU villain top 10 list. I am gonna do now is me and Jeff are gonna do a trailer reaction on Avengers Doomsday, the confirmation for Steve Rogers' return, and then you got the Odyssey, the new Christopher Nolan trailer for his new movie, The Odyssey. So that's gonna be great to react to that. So that's our trailers. So let me do the Avengers Doomsday.
I don't care about Christopher Nolan, whatever.
What?
I don't care about that movie.
You will like it. I think you will enjoy it. It's going to be the next Apple cover. Yeah.
Did you say that that's the Apple project?
Yeah, that's his next project for next year.
Who?
Christopher Nolan. The Odyssey is his next film, and there he is.
Who cares? How does this make sense?
I don't know. They're gonna confirm that. Yeah, right there. Steve Rogers will return.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Why not show something from the movie? Like,
Yeah.
I honestly, I don't get any of that. Honestly, I'm sorry, but like, I literally cannot even think. I don't understand at all why they would do that.
I know.
What does that accomplish?
Well, it's been long rumored that either Steve Rogers was coming back, so they were trying.
This is a new Avengers team. You know what I'm saying?
know.
This is an old character. You know that they killed off basically already. You know.
I know.
That they then said, oh, we're gonna bring back as an alternate, dimension, or whatever, multiverse, version or whatever type deal or whatever, right? Like do a cameo, Now you're releasing a first fucking teaser or whatever with featuring the fucking actor.
I know. So apparently, because this is the end of the month. Apparently, there's the discussion. They're releasing like multiple trailers of Doomsday for this week. I don't know.
But why even make that short teaser with him? Because honestly, are you honestly going to tell me that with all the fucking characters we already know are going to be in this film, but all the Phase 4 and Phase 5 characters, all that shit, and then the returning characters too, they're going to have enough time to actually give any legitimately large roles or screen time to characters like Captain America and Steve Rogers and and Chris Evans when he's dead already, like he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is going to be the breaking of the timeline. This is like the new timeline that happened after the end of Endgame. Also, just to remind people, I don't think he's going to be in this movie. I think he's going to be more in the Secret Wars movie in 2027. Think about it, because there's other characters they're not.
Then what was the point of that trailer?
Well, I mean, first, I just confirming that he's in the new movies. That's it.
Didn't it say he's in Doomsday?
Yeah, like I'm looking at the Wikipedia. His name is not even top of the list. So
it said right there at the end of the teaser he's in the movie.
I know. So it's just confirming he's in the movie. He's in it. I don't know how big.
So he's in both films.
Yeah, but I'm just guessing that he could be just in a supporting role in the Doomsday, and then maybe Secret Wars is more of a bigger role. That's my theory, but that's just my opinion.
I hope so. There better just be some kind of flashback cameo deal or something like that in that next Avengers movie. Because I'm sorry, I love Chris Evans as Captain America, It would make no fucking sense for that movie to have an active, participating Captain America, Steve Rogers, Chris Evans in the movie. It would make no sense. It would not help the movie.
We'll see. I kind of agree with you. I mean, the time travel thing is
How would you make his character flush and work with all these other new characters that are the new regime or whatever? How's that going to blend?
I don't know. But we'll see. All right. So let's get into our.
See what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying. Look, you're the one that wanted to show me the trailer. I'm simply just giving you some feedback or whatever, because again, we're talking about the only MCU film coming out this year.
Well, remember, Spider-Man Brand New Day is coming, but
when?
Next July, actually. Actually, the trailer we're going to see, the Odyssey, is actually the week after that movie.
July 2026 is the release month for the next Spider-Man film.
Yeah. And then, of course, we know December is the Avengers films release date.
Doomsday comes out. Doomsday comes out in December.
Yeah, you just saw there December 18th, and then I think the sequel Wars is December.
Another full entire fucking year for the new Avengers movie. Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
Well, they were supposed to release in May, but then they push it back to give some time with the special effects and all that. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. I don't know. I don't like.
They had a lot of years. They had a lot of years to make an Avengers movie. So I mean,
I know. That's the thing. Yeah. But all right, let's
for there to be issues with the scheduling now, or like rushing stuff and stuff like that. Everything doesn't even make any sense.
I mean, their special effects were really got bad in Phase 4 and 5. So,
I'm telling you, man. Marvel Studios cannot afford to fuck up an Avengers movie.
Oh,
you know
no,
what I'm saying?
They know that.
Seriously, you can do what you want with these other, characters or movies or whatever. But when it comes to the Avengers movies, you cannot go from fucking the standards that's been set by what we've already gotten, and then turn around and not, come through and fucking put together something halfway decent, with Doomsday.
Yeah.
It cannot be a bad movie.
No, I agree. All right. Our second to last trailer, the Odyssey.
Not with a budget of $600 fucking million and fucking 57 different fucking actors in the movie.
Yeah, I know. I mean, hopefully it's worth the money. They need it.
Yeah, right.
Big win. Hey, they need a big win to win back their fans.
After years of war.
If they manage to fucking shoot some good shit and they put out some good trailers, then people will go and they'll pay to watch the movie.
No one could stand between.
Yeah, that's true. Apparently there's gonna be 2 more. They say they got 1 before, which confirmed that they're gonna bring back the more serious story.
If they were smart, they'd put out as many fucking trailers as they can.
That's what I heard. They say a 4 trailer this week.
Promise me you will come back.
What if I can't?
Yeah. The 31st is the new Spider-Man Brand New Day. That's the release date. So
I don't
it's not
know,
that-
man. Honestly, that shit looks, like a Christopher Nolan, totally high end, great looking movie. But I'll be completely honest with you, bro. That does not look like a creative, interesting film to me.
Okay. Yeah,
It looks
I can
it
see
looks
why.
like it looks like a historical film based on the Viking era of history, and focusing on simply a bunch of Vikings and shit like that doing Viking adventure shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we're getting monsters in this movie apparently. So.
Where were the monsters?
Oh, there was a shot where we saw like a giant coming into the cave. You can pull that back up.
Oh yeah, I mean God, I hope this movie has like some magic or creatures or something, monster or something. It needs
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I
mean,
saw I saw nothing like that.
Yeah, it was very quick. Let me just pause the clip. You like Oppenheimer, right?
I was looking for something supernatural or magic or like monsters or something or whatever. I saw nothing.
Yeah, it's very grounded. Let's see.
That's what I said. It looks just like a simple standard Viking movie.
Yeah. Just give it a moment. Get that. Uh, this sword. Yeah. Okay, here's the cave, and then I think the moment right now you're seeing right here. Like, look, right there. Like, that is a giant man, a giant creature coming into that cave.
Okay, something.
Yeah, it's something. They're really hiding these creatures. And then this, I think this is zombified soldiers, right? Like, I mean, you don't
Oh,
see
they were
them.
they were zombified?
Yeah, look at them. They're coming from the ground right here. And like, look, they're like out. And like, look at the
Oh,
way
they actually dug out of the ground?
yeah,
I thought so, but I couldn't tell.
yeah. This is based on the Homer's Odyssey, where they're dealing into like the Greek mythology. Like Circe is in this movie.
Oh, okay. So like gods and beasts and creatures and
Yeah,
monsters and
yeah,
okay.
exactly. Yeah, so it's based on that, and so
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with Christopher Nolan, I was expecting to see a bunch of like creatures and magic and
yeah, I don't know. We're gonna see that more in the next trailers. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I'm very excited. I'm a big Nolan fan. I like his films, and my personal favorite is Inception. And I was so happy he won the Oscar for Oppenheimer.
Well, yeah, I mean, and he likes to do sci-fi stuff. So, like, with him, you'd expect there to be a lot of like, elements of supernatural and magic and creatures and you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, very exciting movie. Of course, Tom Holland's in this movie, which is good. So he's gonna have two big movies this year, next year, towards the end
I
of
mean,
July.
Christopher Nolan is so creative. I couldn't imagine him making a film, a standard film of any kind,
Yeah.
and not adding elements that make it, weird and sci-fi and scary and what I
Yeah,
mean.
no, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, but no, he's gonna do it, which is a good sign. But yeah. So Jeff, sir, happy holiday.
I think Christopher Nolan is at a point in his career where he's probably just thinking, you know what, I just want to do stuff that like it seems like fun and seems interesting to me, is different.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And challenging or whatever,
Yeah, I mean he won the Oscar, so he can do whatever he wants, which I'm very happy. Yeah.
Yeah, he has he's had a string of successful
Films.
blockbuster films. You know what I'm saying? Highly well received. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everything he touches is good. So it's like at this point, I mean, honestly, what does he have to prove? I mean,
Yeah, he's already proven himself with the Dark Knight trilogy and Inception and Oppenheimer. Yeah. He's
yeah,
so set. He's set.
if you want to stay motivated at the top and all that, and stay working and all that, you got to challenge yourself and do different shit and
Yeah, and he's challenging him again, just adapting this book into a big epic, fantasy film.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. I spent a lot of time recently in the last couple of months actually doing a lot of research, doing a lot of reading, having to do with like all the different aspects and language.
Really?
When it comes to the production of television, and movies and things like that. Mostly television, though. I've really been spending a lot of time doing a lot of Google searching, about aspects of acting and TV and all that.
Yeah. Now, you sent me one of those articles, which is really good read.
Yeah, I've been deep diving a lot. Today I was watching a bunch of videos of behind the scenes, the making of Game of Thrones.
Oh, really? Oh, they're oh, wow.
Their level of production on some of those episodes, bro, is mind blowing.
Yeah. The one with it's later on the series called The Longest Night. Really big.
All the different multiple tasks that are have to be done and everything for the production and all the work that's got to be done and all the decisions that have to be made, what I'm saying, and all the stuff that has to be figured out, the creative stuff that has to be figured out, and made or built to make it work, you know what I mean, and all the different people involved, in the production, what I'm saying, and then, the building of the sets, and all the time it takes and the work that gets put in and, the VFX work alone, the VFX stuff is fucking crazy,
Yeah, I mean, now television, TV stuff is not.
There's a lot of VFX in Game of Thrones. As much as they shot a lot of shit all over the world in different locations and shit like that, there's a lot of VFX in Game of Thrones. A lot of it.
Yeah, no.
And that shit looks complicated as fuck when you watch the motherfuckers do it.
Yeah, it's very complicated, but they do a good job with that.
I mean, seriously. Those motherfuckers are probably like the biggest unsung heroes on shows like Game of Thrones,
Yeah, true.
But no, I mean, the stunt coordination, the stunt work, what I'm saying, setting things on fire every day on the set, putting the fires out, then setting them again. You know what I mean? It's just fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah. It's really crazy. I mean, yeah.
Scouting these existing locations all over the world, these different countries like Morocco and Ireland and Scotland and fucking Spain and Croatia and everything, to find all these historic castles and buildings, everything whatnot that they can shoot in,
Yeah. Pretty crazy. All right, sir. Let's call it a night. Thank you, sir, for joining me tonight. This was fun. Happy 2025. Happy New Year's.
Yes, sir.
To kind of plug our content.
Sorry, you don't gotta plug anything, sir.
Wednesday, Batman Bad Blood, and then Friday, Fold Out, episode 3 review, which I'm gonna moderate. So that's the plug right there. So have a good night, everyone. Happy 2025. We'll see you in 2026. And Friday. All right. Ciao.
Oh my God.